Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Naruto, Type Moon System, and the Face of the Warrior. Part 1. Oh. It's Lily, here to help move things again, huh? By a pile of messy boxes, a scruffy middle-aged man said with a smile to the blonde little loli in front of him. The man's clothes bore the family crest of the Senju clan, making it quite obvious that he was a ninja of the Senju clan. Uncle Junming, the village took in homeless folks like us, and I also want to do something for the village. The blonde little loli Lily giggled as she lifted a rather heavy box and said to the Senju uncle in front of her. You really are a good kid. Move things slowly, Lily, don't wear yourself out. Okay, Uncle Junming. What a sensible and good child. If only the ninja world had a few more good kids like Lily and a few fewer evil Uchiha, how wonderful that would be. Uncle Senju Junming sighed from the bottom of his heart as he watched Lily's hard-working little back. I'm putting the box right here. Uncle Yosuke. Lily pointed at the box on the outermost edge of the pile of boxes and said loudly. Got it, you brat. Uchiha Yosuke, with a taut face, waved his hand impatiently and turned his head to deal with other villagers. Then I'm leaving, Uncle Yosuke. I'll come again tomorrow. Lily waved her hand vigorously with a brisk smile, her big eyes brimming with sparkling smiles. TCH. Uchiha Yosuke glanced at her unnaturally a couple of times, then hurriedly turned back. He really couldn't handle this kind of brat. He had half a mind to ignore her, but it was rare for someone from an outside clan to show him non-purposeful goodwill, so he felt somewhat reluctant. Seeing his Tsunere look, Lily smiled even more happily. Noticing that he had caught sight of her, she hurriedly covered her mouth and skipped away from the scene. TCH, brat. Ah, the brat said she's coming again tomorrow, but I'm only on duty the day after tomorrow. On the way home. Brother system, I've completed today's mission, right? Lily asked with some anticipation. Although it wasn't her first time, the time of receiving rewards was always so full of anticipation. Speaking of which, ever since he transmigrated here, it had been almost half a year. Because the original body had no parents, he had no choice but to open a sushi restaurant and a casino in the village to make a living. Still remembering at the very beginning of the transmigration, after helping him figure out the situation, Brother System had made him cross-dress, and even said that as long as he cross-dressed, his cultivation speed would double. What a joke. What kind of person was he? A true man of integrity, could mere doubling dismiss him? Ridiculous. During those times, he fought back fiercely, struggling against destiny, all for peace of mind. Until the system said 2 words. 10 times. He drew his sword and looked around with a blank heart, not knowing what to do. In the end, his thoughts fluttering, he still decided to cross-dress with tears in his eyes, and immediately went to confirm whether his appearance was safe. Finally, by the river, he saw a face he was quite familiar with. Artoria Pendragon. After chanting 10 times, several times, he finally accepted the fact that he had turned into a wife, and renamed himself Artoria. Actually, there were still benefits. Whenever he missed his wife in the future, he just needed to look at himself. Congratulations to the host for completing the E-rank mission, 1 good deed a day. Reward. 5 free points, 100 mall coins. Lily, no, Art took a rough glance and nodded her small head in satisfaction. Fortunately, Brother System didn't shortchange her. The rewards were all very important. Free points could be chosen to enhance any one of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and chakra. The first 3 could increase the power and immunity of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. When strengthened to a certain degree, low-level ninjutsu could be made to rival high-level ninjutsu, or grant immunity to ninjutsu of a certain power, and the same applied to taijutsu and genjutsu. Enhancing chakra could increase chakra volume, and no other uses had been seen yet at present. Mall coins could be used to purchase goods. Currently, the mall was only a level 1 mall, containing only some low-level noble phantasms. The system said the mall only opened items from the Type Moon world. Brother System, open my character panel. Name, Artoria, age, 5, ninjutsu, E plus 199 500ths taijutsu, D 103 1000ths genjutsu, E plus 254 500ths chakra, E plus 496 500ths Noble Phantasm. Wind King Barrier Level 2, C 286 500 Small Coins. 1700, Evaluation. Elite Genin. Brother System, put all the free points into chakra. Art stared fixedly at the panel, her excitement hard to conceal. Finally, following taijutsu, chakra was also about to step into the elite genin level. In the past half year, aside from eating, sleeping, doing missions, and selling sushi, almost all other time was spent cultivating. Even so, she only managed to obtain an elite genin evaluation, and that was built upon the foundation of having a tenfold cultivation speed. It showed just how poor Lily's cultivation talent originally was. Free points have all been added to chakra. Name, Artoria, age, 5, ninjutsu, E plus 199 500ths taijutsu, D 103 1000ths genjutsu, E plus 254 500ths chakra, D 1 1000th noble phantasm, Wind King Barrier Level 2, C 286 500 small coins, 1700, evaluation, elite genin. Awesome. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Before she could finish cheering in her heart, Art bumped into the back of the knees of the person in front of her, hurting so much that tears streamed down Art's face. Brother System, am I really an elite genin? How can a bump hurt this much? Art covered her head and asked the system in bewilderment. For the first time, she felt that Brother System was a bit unreliable. She was almost a chunin yet she was actually this fragile. No, host. Little kid, are you alright? Before the system could finish speaking, the man who had been bumped into squatted down. After struggling for a while and under the encouraging gaze of his accompanying companion, he said these words. Perhaps feeling that he still wasn't friendly enough, he even pulled out a stiff smile. Unfortunately, his heart was willing but his strength fell short. A perfectly handsome face was forcibly twisted into a ferocious and terrifying expression, coupled with a condescending gaze. If it were an ordinary kid, they would have been scared to tears long ago. But Art was clearly not just any ordinary kid. The moment this man called out to her, she recognized him. The Shira of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, the strongest person in this era apart from Senju Hashirama, a top-tier thigh in the true sense. With a big thigh right in front of her, no matter how ferocious this man's expression was, she could smile and say how handsome he was. What's more, she was the one who bumped into him in the first place, making her the at-fault party. There was no way she should dislike him. I'm fine. Big brother, I'm sorry. Art shouldn't have not looked where she was going. Art's two watery eyes were filled with guilt. She was becoming increasingly skilled at acting cute and young, making even Uchiha Madara feel a bit unnatural. Nothing. Uchiha Madara's eyes darted around unnaturally, and his stammering reply made his companion laugh out loud. Fool Hashirama, what's so funny? Hearing the laughter, Uchiha Madara roared at his companion with wild gestures in anger. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. Come on, beat me up. Beat me up in front of the kid to vent your anger. The companion who was laughing the second before underwent a drastic style change, curling up in a corner with mushrooms even growing on his body. The gloomy art style left not only Uchiha Madara, but even Art speechless. So the art style in anime could really be brought into reality. Haven't you gotten over this habit of turning gloomy anytime and anywhere, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara looked at him speechlessly. There was still a child present, could he have a bit of dignity as the head of the Senju clan? Uchiha Madara wanted to say something more when he suddenly felt someone poking his calf. Looking down, it turned out to be the little girl who had bumped into him just moments ago. The little girl was holding a flower in her hand, which should have been just picked, and it looked like, was she going to give it to him? Sure enough, the next second Art's words confirmed his guess. Big brother, this flower is for you. I'm sorry, can you forgive Art? Uchiha Madara silently took the little flower, but his throat felt as if it were jammed, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Little kid, Uncle Madara has forgiven you. You must watch your step next time, got it? Seeing that Madara was stuck, Hashirama had no choice but to answer with a chuckle on his behalf. Then goodbye, big brother Madara. Goodbye, Uncle Hashirama. Art's mouth curved upward as she waved goodbye vigorously to the two of them. Why is Madara a big brother, while I'm an uncle? Hashirama was furious, stomping his feet wildly in place. While Madara stood aside, looking gently at the little flower, wondering what he was thinking. After sulking for a bit and muttering discontentedly to vent his frustration, Hashirama saw Madara's appearance and chuckled, "How about that? I told you people in the village would like you. When the time comes, you can be the first Hokage, how about it?" Madara raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you serious about this? I thought you were joking, so I didn't take it seriously." "What are you talking about, Madara? I'm very serious. You are very suited to be the Hokage. Please lead us from now on. I will carve your face on the cliff in front, as a symbol of the village." Hashirama looked at Madara earnestly, just as earnest as when they talked about their dreams in childhood. Madara looked at Hashirama in disbelief. "Hey wait, that doesn't fit my personality. It has nothing to do with your wishes. Go ahead and be as shy as you want. You fool. You definitely want to screw with me. Ha ha ha. Did you sense the child's chakra?" After teasing Madara, Hashirama chatted with Madara with rare seriousness. "Ah, it's considered quite good among genin. Speaking of which, Tobarama mentioned to me a few days ago that once the village is preliminarily established, we should build a ninja academy. I think this proposal is great. Allowing children to study properly and receive protection, and not having to go to the battlefield early, was also our dream back then, right, Hokage-sama?" Hashirama blinked one eye with a somewhat playful look, but his gaze was very earnest and yearning. His and Madara's dream was being completed bit by bit, and moreover, the two of them were striving for their dream together. This was the thing he dreamed of most in his childhood. It hasn't been decided yet. Furthermore, a flash of sharp light crossed Madara's eyes, and he didn't finish his sentence, but Hashirama understood his meaning. The man who killed his younger brother, Tobarama, would not agree. He had always understood this as well. Tobarama had prejudice against Madara, or rather, against the entire Uchiha, and Madara hated Tobarama to the bone because Tobarama killed his younger brother. Or rather, if it weren't for himself, Madara would definitely have killed Tobarama. Just thinking of this gave Hashirama a terrible headache. Why do I have to get a headache over this kind of thing? You said Hokage. Tobarama frowned, looking unhappily at the star-eyed Hashirama in front of him. Whenever anything happens, all you know how to do is think about that evil Uchiha. I am your younger brother. I am. I've thought about it carefully, Tobarama. Madara has both strength and prestige, and the villagers all like Madara very much. There is no one more suited to be the Hokage than him. Hashirama talked on and on, getting happier and happier by himself, completely failing to notice his younger brother Tobarama's increasingly ugly expression. Let's put strength and prestige aside for a moment, big brother. Just where on earth did you see that the villagers all like him? Yesterday. Yesterday, Madara and I ran into a little girl. That little girl liked Madara so much. Not only was she not afraid of him, but she even called him older brother. Although he was quite unhappy about being called uncle by Lily, considering that Lily liked Madara very much and that this would let Madara know the villagers weren't all afraid of him, Hashirama stated that he magnanimously forgave Lily. Did something like that happen? Tobarama was somewhat surprised, but didn't take it to heart. One or two people don't prove anything. The final candidate still needs to take into account the public opinion of the Land of Fire and the village, and be decided after consulting with the higher-ups. Hashirama opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by a wave of Tobarama's hand. Times are different now from the era of father and the others. But, Hashirama still wanted to strive a bit more. Just yesterday, he had made a bold boast in front of Madara, saying that the position of Hokage belonged to no one else. He didn't want to disappoint Madara. Moreover, the notion of Uchiha Madara being chosen as Hokage is simply impossible. Everyone understands that it was you, big brother, who drove the establishment of the village. The people of the Uchiha understand this point as well. Seeing that his elder brother still didn't understand, Tobarama continued, besides, big brother, don't you know the rumors about the Uchiha clan? Among their clan, the stronger the hatred a person holds, the stronger their pupillary power becomes. The Sharingan is just like that. There's no telling what kind of things that bunch of people might end up doing. Tobarama paused, staring quietly into Hashirama's eyes. As for the future of the village. Don't say that, Tobarama. Hashirama was somewhat angry. The Uchiha were founding elders who joined forces with their senju to establish the village. If everyone in the village thought the same way Tobarama did, then in the future, irreconcilable conflicts would surely arise between the village and the Uchiha. By that time, thinking up to this point, Hashirama felt it necessary to have a good talk with his younger brother in the future, even if it just slightly improved his brother's impression of the Uchiha. Just at that moment, Hashirama suddenly sensed a familiar chakra, startling him into standing up immediately and opening the window. Whenever someone he cared about was around, Hashirama would always use chakra to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, this chakra should be. I felt like someone was just here, Tobarama. You should know who it is, right? No, I wasn't using chakra just now. Don't change the subject, big brother. Tobarama looked at Hashirama with some dissatisfaction. Was it an illusion? No. Hashirama silently lowered his head and picked up a piece of a shattered green leaf that had fallen outside the window. From now on, we will operate in a democratic manner. Do you have any objections? No, this is fine. He tightly clutched the green leaf in his hand. A light rain suddenly arrived, and scattered raindrops pattered down onto the nascent village. Three-color dango. Three-color dango. Delicious three-color dango. Takoyaki. Step right up and don't miss out. Although the weather was somewhat less than ideal, it still couldn't stop the villagers' desire to stroll around. The snack street of the entire village appeared lively and extraordinary, making the depressed Madara look completely out of place. Barring any unexpected turns, Hashirama would become the first Hokage, and as for the second Hokage, although he was confident Hashirama would want him to succeed him, the position of Hokage would ultimately fall upon the head of that inherently evil Senju Tobarama. However, he had anticipated all of this long ago and had accepted reality long ago. He actually wasn't indifferent to this. What truly concerned him were the words on the stone tablet, as well as Hashirama selling sushi, salmon sushi, fried tofu sushi, tuna sushi, tempura sushi, fried chicken sushi. If you can think of it, we have it. 10 ryo each. Everything is 10 ryo each. Inside Arthur's sushi shop, Arthur was shouting enthusiastically at the top of his lungs. He was just 50 ryo short of being able to finish work for the day and go back to train. Yosh! Arthur's small universe was about to explode. Is that the little girl from yesterday, helping the adults in her family sell sushi? And they have fried tofu sushi, what a child with good taste. He happened to be a bit hungry, let's go in and support this good child's business. Welcome Tilda, please come inside, guest. Oh, it's big brother Madara. Arthur looked somewhat pleasantly surprised at the black-haired spiky-haired guy entering the shop. He was just fretting over how to hug his and Hashirama's thighs, and Madara had delivered himself right to his door. How much is the fried tofu sushi? Madara entered the shop and found a place to sit down. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to dealing with other people's enthusiasm and goodwill, except for Hashirama. 10 ryo each. How many do you want, big brother Madara? Are you eating here or taking them to go? 10, 20, let's go with 20. Eating here. Madara thought for a moment and decided to buy 10 extra to take back for Izuna to try. You got it, big brother Madara, wait just a moment. Arthur's two short little legs scrambled away at top speed. Fearing he wasn't fast enough, he even used chakra, terrified that Uchiha Madara might change his mind and run off at any moment. Madara. This child is really enthusiastic. All right, big brother Madara, your sushi tilde. Arthur placed the two plates in front of Madara, then smoothly sat down opposite Madara. Madara hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to dampen a child's enthusiasm and goodwill. He silently picked up a piece of sushi and began to eat. Big brother Madara, why are you looking so gloomy? Arthur watched him eat for a while and felt this wouldn't do, so he decided to make small talk. As a certain great person once said, when hugging powerful thighs, you must remember 2 points. First, be shameless. Second, insist on being shameless. Madara slanted a glance at him, then returned his gaze to the sushi. Can I tell you it's because you're way too familiar? When you reach my age, you'll understand. Al was choked up for a moment by Madara's words. I'm already 5 years old, I'm not small at all. Al closed his eyes huffily. After a moment, seeing that Madara didn't react, he stealthily squinted one eye open to observe Madara. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk, you stingy jerk. Seeing that he still didn't react, Al became even angrier. Dropping those words, he crossed his arms and turned his head away, trying to attract Madara's attention. Madara, who was eating fried tofu sushi, glanced at Al, ignored him, and continued eating his own food. Don't look down on me just because I'm young, I'm super strong. The young clan heads of many ninja clans aren't my match at all. Al said proudly, pointing at himself with his thumb. Actually, he really wasn't lying. Over the past half year, to test his own strength, he had fought against quite a few people. The young clan head of the Akamichi clan, the young clan head of the Yamanaka clan, and the young clan head of the Aburame clan. Aside from that peeping young clan head of the Sarutobi clan whom Lily caught near the women's hot spring half a month ago, he hadn't flipped over with any of the others. Although that young clan head was only 8 years old, he already possessed the strength of a Chunin. If it weren't for the fact that he had redeemed the Wind King barrier during that period, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stall until Patriarch Sarutobi arrived. Of course, in that case, they wouldn't have been able to witness the touching fatherly love and filial piety scene afterwards. There was also the young clan head of the Shimura clan. The very next day after the young clan head of the Sarutobi clan got beaten up, he ran over looking for him to avenge his good buddy. Unfortunately, despite also being 8 years old, this young clan head of the Shimura clan was less than elite genin level, and ended up getting beaten up by him instead. Ever since then, he hadn't dared to come back. Outwardly, Madara remained calm and collected, but internally he still agreed with Al's words. Just look at this amount of chakra, and he was even a commoner, it was talent visible to the naked eye. Compared to Izuna, well, he was almost comparable to Izuna. If he were a genius born into the Uchiha clan, perhaps he couldn't help but take her as a disciple. Children shouldn't pry into adults' business. Don't think I don't know just because I'm small. Brother Madara must be unhappy because he can't win over the girl he likes. Al propped his head up with both hands, a flash of wisdom flickering in his eyes, looking entirely like a little adult. Actually, Hashirama might not know what was troubling Madara, but how could he not know? He just couldn't say it outright, he had to let Madara bring it up. Otherwise, if a 5-year-old child with no background suddenly knew these things, people wouldn't be suspicious and have a proper conversation with you. The more likely scenario would be either having the Yamanaka clan read the memories in your brain, or killing you outright. Even the best possibility would be secretly keeping you under surveillance and killing you the moment you showed any abnormalities. Stifling all uncertain factors in the cradle was the correct approach. Uchiha Madara, who had slaughtered his way out of the Sengoku era, never hesitated to kill, no one would ever doubt this point. You little brat, where did you find out about all this? Madara cast a sidelong glance at him. After hesitating for a moment, Madara spoke as if casually, Lily, between friends and dreams, which one would you choose? Al's pupils constricted. This question, had Madara already read the stone tablet? Had things already reached this point? Wasn't he already on the verge of defecting? If Madara ran away, wouldn't hugging this powerhouse's coattails have been in vain? Most importantly, it wouldn't matter if just he ran away, but sooner or later, his escape would end up gravely injuring and dragging away Konoha's other powerhouse as well. Thinking of this, Al hurriedly lowered his little head and began thinking rapidly. Although Madara probably wouldn't take a child's opinion as reference or take it seriously, there was no doubt that by asking, his own answer would inevitably influence Madara to some extent. After pondering for a moment, under Madara's gaze, Al slowly opened his mouth. Children make choices, adults naturally want both. Want both. What a childish answer indeed, so greedy. Madara silently took another bite of the fried tofu sushi. Yet the adult world cannot achieve the best of both worlds, Lily. However, Al changed the subject, pulling Madara's thoughts back. If I really have to choose, I would choose friends. If there are no friends, no family, and no one in this world who can understand me, then even if my ideal is finally fulfilled, I will still be lonely. Al looked at Madara earnestly and seriously, his tone carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. Yeah, in this world, I am already completely alone. No friends, no family, nothing left. Hearing this, the hand holding the fried tofu sushi visibly trembled. Without Hashirama, without someone who understands me, would I be lonely too? What if your family is also gone? Or rather, what if your last family member was killed by that friend's younger brother? Which one would you choose then? Madara put down the fried tofu sushi, his sharp eyes filled with confusion. There were many reasons why Madara would leave Konoha in the future. The contents on the stone tablet tampered with by Black Zetsu, and Hashirama's ideas differing from his own. However, Al believed that Izuna's death probably accounted for 50% of it. If Izuna hadn't died, whether Madara would leave or not remained a big question mark. What should he do? How should he answer? If he chose friends, then the death of his family member would make this answer contradictory. If he chose ideals, what would happen if Madara defected right on the spot? Brother system, quickly teach me how to answer. Wait, a system. Al thought of a certain item in the mall, perhaps it could save Madara. Name. Holy Grail produced by the system, can also be called the system Holy Grail. Introduction. The host can initiate the Holy Grail War after reaching the level of Jonin in any ability. The final winner can make any wish. Note. The host can obtain a wish of the same type as the winner, such as resurrecting someone, in which case the host can also obtain a chance to resurrect someone else cannot be oneself. Holy Grail War Ninja World version. After the Holy Grail War begins, 14 masters will be randomly selected to enter a special different space. The 14 masters will be divided into red and black teams. The host can designate a deceased powerhouse as ruler to maintain order. Masters can use holy relics, items used by ancient powerhouses, to summon servants. After a master is defeated killed, they will be teleported out of the different space. After a servant is killed, they will return to the Pure Land. The ultimate winner will get a chance to make a wish to the Holy Grail. Note. The host can also participate in the Holy Grail War. Servants include Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker. A sharp glint flashed across R's eyes. If it were the system Holy Grail, resurrecting Izuna would not be a problem, but there were a few issues right now. First, initiating the Holy Grail War requires oneself to reach Jonin. Although one would reach it one day, and that day wouldn't be too far off, what one lacked most right now was time. Second, how to make Uchiha Madara believe that one could resurrect Izuna. Telling him directly. That was unrealistic. Whether he believed it or not was one thing, and the fact that one could not expose one's ability to control the Holy Grail was another. Since one couldn't say it directly, it could only be done indirectly. It had to be through someone else's mouth, and someone he trusted, namely, Hashirama. Furthermore, one couldn't go tell Hashirama personally. The news had to be spread so that Hashirama would notice it, thereby erasing one's own sense of presence. However, wanting to hug Uchiha Madara's thigh meant leaving some flaws behind while ensuring that Tobirama wouldn't notice any connection to oneself. This man was too cautious, and it was hard to guarantee what would happen if he discovered it. Have you thought it over, Lily? Brat. Pulled back into reality, R first saw an extremely impatient. Have you thought it over? Uchiha Madara unhappily stuffed another Inarizushi into his mouth. Honestly, one shouldn't have asked a brat on a whim, they were completely unreliable. Me. I would choose to find a way to resurrect my loved ones, and then discuss our ideals together with my friend to find the possibility of realizing them. No matter what, as long as my friend hasn't betrayed me, I will not let this friendship come to an end. Amidst Uchiha Madara's astonished gaze, R firmly clenched his fists and looked at him seriously. Resurrecting Izuna. How could such a ninjutsu exist? How could such a method exist? Uchiha Madara left, leaving behind 500 ryo as he silently walked out of the shop door. Perhaps he didn't count, or perhaps he was pondering the feasibility of resurrection. R believed that Uchiha Madara must have searched for it over the years. Unfortunately, Tobirama hadn't invented Edo Tensei back then, nor did he have R's Holy Grail. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the hidden task. Save Uchiha Madara, help Uchiha Madara walk out of the shadow of his younger brother's death, and become a law-abiding citizen of Konoha. Reward. 1,000 free points, 5,000 mall coins. This came just in time. As long as both thighs were still alive, the First World War wouldn't happen, and he could have plenty of time to lay low. At night, deep within the Uchiha clan's compound, Uchiha Madara looked silently at the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan below him. With Uchiha Madara not speaking, the upper echelons didn't dare to speak either. Finally, after a long while, Uchiha Madara slightly raised his head. His gaze wasn't as sharp as it was in front of outsiders, but his voice remained low. Everyone. The upper echelons quietly looked at Uchiha Madara, listening to the words of the strongest person who suppressed everyone except Hashirama. As members of the Uchiha clan, every single one of them was convinced by Uchiha Madara, whether it was his supreme strength or his personal charm. Go help me find a way to resurrect Izuna. Please. If it were in the past, he might not have used such a pleading tone, even when facing his clansmen. But now, after a series of events, his mind had grown somewhat exhausted. As soon as his voice fell, the upper echelons looked at Uchiha Madara in astonishment. It wasn't that they didn't understand. As Lord Izuna's younger brother, the depth of Lord Izuna's bond was something even they could glimpse a fraction of. Making such a request was understandable. But, hadn't they searched many times over the past few years? Why bring it up again precisely at this critical moment of running for Hokage? Lord Madara, please leave it to us with confidence. We will definitely find a way to resurrect Lord Izuna. As expected, the one speaking was Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Madara's die-hard fan. No matter what Uchiha Madara said, he treated it as an imperial decree. As long as Uchiha Madara gave an order, he wouldn't even frown if told to slash his own father and mother. The other upper echelons glared angrily, but dared not speak out. Every time Lord Madara said something, this kid would immediately chime in. Let alone refusing, there wasn't even room for discussion. It was fine when no one agreed, but if someone agreed and then you refused, and it concerned Lord Izuna, then you must really want to dance. What are your opinions? Uchiha Madara shifted his gaze to the other upper echelons. Although he didn't say any harsh words or suppress them with his aura, they simply felt an irresistible sense of pressure. Lord Madara, please leave it to us with confidence. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and waved his hand to signal the end of the meeting. The upper echelons left knowingly. Izuna. Early the next morning, the sun rose in the east, and scattered sunlight filtered down through the gaps in the leaves. On the streets of Konoha, pedestrians came and went in a continuous stream. Hey, let me tell you, my son's friend's brother-in-law heard from a merchant from the land of wind that recently something called a cup has appeared, and they say any wish can be granted. Beside a large tree near the dango shop, an ant in red cracking melon seeds excitedly said to another ant in blue. Right, my daughter's classmate's nephew also mentioned it. It seems to be called the Holy Grail, and you even have to participate in some Holy Grail war, only the winner can make a wish. The ant in blue grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the ant in red while speaking. Is it that magical? Where is this Holy Grail? The Holy Grail war will get people killed, right? How terrifying. I also want the Holy Grail. That way Xiaomei will be mine. He. My Xiaomei. Bang. Past noon, Hashirama, who had just returned from a stroll near the casino, hurriedly kicked open the door to Tobarama's bedroom with one foot. Tobarama. Let's go find the Holy Grail. Hashirama slammed both hands onto Tobarama's desk, his tone filled with indescribable excitement. The Holy Grail. This thing could actually grant any wish. Peace in the ninja world, Izuna, and the relationship between Tobarama and Uchiha Madara, things that could only ever be realized in dreams would no longer be mere fantasies. You cannot go. Tomorrow, I will dispatch 5 Jonin to lead teams to find the Holy Grail, and you will stay right here in Konoha. Tobarama calmly handled official business, completely ignoring his older brother's resentful little gaze. Although he didn't believe a single bit in some Holy Grail or wish granting, as a high-ranking official of the village and the head of the Senju clan, he couldn't just let his own temper run wild. For such out-of-spec items, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Tobarama felt that people were sometimes better off being cautious. Tilde. Anija, shut up. Oh. Having been scolded by his younger brother, Hashirama instantly transformed into a grayish-white humanoid object, lowering his head aggrievedly and refusing to look at his fierce brother. Tobarama curled his lips. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara, he would be more than happy to let his big brother out for a stroll to save him from sending money to the casino every day. But Uchiha Madara was still staying in Konoha, so he didn't dare let his big brother leave. Otherwise, who knew what that inherently evil Uchiha Madara might do? Thinking of this, Tobarama helplessly looked at his big brother, who was almost growing mushrooms on his body. If not for him, the Senju clan would be doomed sooner or later. Ah, that's right. Restored to normal, Hashirama instantly stood up, staring intently at Tobarama with burning eyes. Tobarama, let's you and Uchiha Madara be teachers together. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. What are you trying to pull now? Tobarama looked suspiciously at his idiotic big brother. Previously, when asked to take 2 clan youths and 1 civilian child as disciples, he hadn't been willing, so why was he bringing it up himself now? Spit it out, what's going on? Tobarama's sharp gaze fell upon Hashirama, a look that made the god of shinobi extremely flustered. Well, it went like this, and like that. Hashirama briefly explained his fateful entanglement with a certain little girl, and that he wanted to take her as a disciple because she was a civilian who, at just 4 or 5 years old, possessed the chakra volume of an elite genin. The god of shinobi would never admit that he felt a baffling sense of affinity with that blonde little loli, just like she was born with the makings of a gambler, exactly like him. But clearly she didn't emit the aura of his own kind, yet she could make him harbor such an illusion. Why was that? Hashirama felt it was rather strange, but he didn't intend to dwell on it. If they clicked, he would just take her in. That was the shinobi way of Senju Hashirama. After taking her in later, he should ask if the child was interested in casinos. Tobarama cast a suspicious glance at him, but ultimately gently nodded, not intending to pursue the matter further. It was a good thing that his big brother wanted to take apprentices, it would be best if he took 3 at once. As for himself and Uchiha Madara, he could take 3 himself. As for Uchiha Madara, given that his big brother took the initiative to propose taking apprentices this time, he would let his big brother have his way just once. All right. Ha 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 ha, Tobarama, you're the best. Seeing Tobarama nod, Hashirama's eyes glowed with excitement, and the next instant, he bolted straight toward the Uchiha clan compound. Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, deep within the Uchiha clan compound. It was still the same location, still the same topic. Uchiha Madara sat in the main seat, looking down at the high-ranking officials below, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest of his chair. You say, the Holy Grail. Yes, Lord Madara. Recently, the 5 great nations and even the entire ninja world have been spreading rumors that whoever obtains the Holy Grail can make a wish to it, and any wish will be fulfilled. A high-ranking official enthusiastically hyped it up to Uchiha Madara with a fanatical look on his face, looking very much like a pyramid scheme leader from Myanmar. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials whispered among themselves, some joyful and some worried. Those who were joyful rejoiced at the prospect of Lord Izuna's resurrection, while those who were worried wanted the Uchiha to use this opportunity to achieve things their ancestors could never accomplish in this generation. But Uchiha Madara obviously wouldn't make those wishes as they hoped. Anyone could tell that at this moment, Uchiha Madara probably had only Izuna in his eyes, and perhaps that Senju patriarch as well. Great Elder, apart from women, children, the elderly, and ninjas with village building tasks, mobilize all remaining personnel and bring the Holy Grail to me. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists tightly, his crimson Sharingan forcibly activating out of excitement. No, I am going with you as well. The elders will stay behind. The great elder abruptly raised his head, wanting to say something, but was stopped by a wave of Uchiha Madara's hand. Halted by Uchiha Madara, the great elder could only lower his head and accept the order with reluctance. Bang! Uchiha Madara. The door was kicked open. The high-ranking officials angrily activated their Sharingan in unison, pairs of 3 Tomo glaring fiercely at the doorway, only to force their Sharingan back the very next second. The culprit who kicked open the door was none other than the patriarch of the Senju clan, one of the current founders of the village, and the man who earned the title of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Let's take a few apprentices together. Once we've taken them, let's go find the Holy Grail together. Hashirama excitedly crowded up next to Uchiha Madara, looking just like a large dog wagging its tail. Hearing about taking apprentices, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan flickered a few times, and only when Hashirama finished speaking did he close his eyes, forcefully squeezing out a single word, HN. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Madara, you really are the best, ha 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 ha. A few days later, the sun shone brightly. On this day, Al was doing system missions as usual, but today was slightly different. After another attribute broke through D rank, there were 3 D rank missions every week. The rewards were much greater than E rank missions, yet the difficulty was about the same, much like this current mission. D rank mission: defend the village content. Stand guard with the gatekeeper old man for 1 hour to prevent ninjas from other countries from sneaking into the village. Reward: 30 free points, 500 mall coins. Not only was the mission simple, but the rewards were also plentiful, and one could learn a lot of things from the gatekeeper grandpa. For example, the major ninja villages of the 5 great nations had all dispatched ninjas to search for the Holy Grail, but none sent very many, at most, a few Jonin leading teams. Only the Uchiha clan had mobilized nearly their entire clan. This made Al sigh that the reckless hotheads and disdainful Gary Stuss in novels didn't exist after all. Everyone was excessively cautious. They were afraid that if others believed it and the Holy Grail actually existed, they would have their hard work stolen for nothing. Yet they were also afraid that if others didn't believe it and they mobilized the whole village, their home would get backstabbed. Furthermore, the young patriarch of the Sarutobi fancied a young lady from the Udatane clan and ran to their compound to confess, only to get beaten up and packed away back to the Sarutobi clan. Word had it he got beaten up by Patriarch Sarutobi again that night. Also, the Senju Patriarch, the Uchiha Patriarch, and the Senju Patriarch's younger brother Tobarama all planned to take 3 apprentices. Any members of the younger generation under 10 years old in the village could participate, and a unified assessment would be held in the village square 3 days later. It was said that the future ninja academy would be built right there. Who is going to take apprentices? Seeing him remain silent for a long time, the gatekeeper old man assumed he was tempted and wanted to participate in the assessment as well, but felt inferior about his civilian background and didn't dare to go. Therefore, he could only pat Al's head and comfort her. It's fine, Lily. Everyone knows your strength, and Lord Hashirama also said that civilians can participate too, so don't be afraid. Actually, he brought this up precisely to make Al participate in it. Not only was this little girl exceptionally talented, but she also had a wonderful heart. Many people in the village knew her and liked this grateful and sensible little girl. If she could receive guidance from Lord Hashirama and the others, she would definitely become a pillar of the village in the future. Thank you, Uncle Akai. Although it wasn't clear why Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara suddenly wanted to take apprentices, this was undoubtedly a marvelous opportunity to latch onto powerful coattails. The coattails of the twin heroes of the ninja world. Al, am definitely clinging to them. Well, my name is Lil Lee, and I changed my name to Artoria after transmigrating. Because I turned into a waifu, I have been working very hard to maintain the image of a waifu in front of my peers, mimicking a waifu's behavior patterns. In front of my elders, I always stick to the shameless policy of acting cute and young. I wake up at 6 every day and exercise for 3 hours. Ever since the Wind King barrier appeared, I have been training this skill more every day to grind proficiency, then waiting for the system's daily quests to refresh. Because a quest can only be claimed once a day, I always pick the one with the most rewards among the many quests. The quest one do the most now is doing one good deed a day. Thanks to this, most of the villagers have a very good impression of me. Originally, everything was going well, until a few days ago, I ran into a perverted monkey peeping in the bathroom. After I caught him, instead of repenting, he actually stared straight at me. I am a normal man with a straight romantical orientation. Staring at me is one thing, but he actually called me Lily. Is Lily a name for you to call? Therefore, I beat him up without hesitation. I didn't expect this perverted monkey to have some actual strength despite looking unreliable. I almost flipped over. Fortunately, his dad arrived in the end. Watching him look at me even while being beaten and shouting, "I will not give up on you, Lily," I didn't feel moved at all. Instead, I felt a chill run down my spine. Being targeted by a man is definitely not a good thing. Also, yesterday, Uncle Akai told me that 2 days later, the 3 surviving Sengoku F4 members will widely recruit disciples in the village square. I wonder how many disciples these big shots will take. In order to be chosen by the F4, today, I got up at 2:30 in the middle of the night. After exercising for 2.5 hours, I began to claim today's quest. Today was another D-rank quest, but unexpectedly, a hidden quest popped up. Hidden quest. Become the disciple of one of Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, or Tobirama. Quest rewards. 500 free attribute points, 1000 mall coins, super-powered projector. Failure penalty. Lose your little brother forever. Very good, the rewards are great, and the penalty is also very humane. The system even speaks so nicely. I love it so much. I silently clenched my fists. What is the big deal? Worst case scenario, I will not sleep tonight, and I can just double today's training volume, right? Having made up my mind, I walked quickly out of the living room and came to another property of mine, a place called Arthur Casino. Watching anime, I discovered that because of the big fat sheep, casinos might be the most profitable business. Therefore, not long after coming to Konoha, I used the money earned from selling sushi to build a wooden house, bought some gambling equipment, and put together a small to medium-sized casino. However, although I have a casino and making money is no longer an issue, food is my own interest, so I have never sold the sushi restaurant. Because of the sushi restaurant, the casino generally only opens in the afternoon, so there should normally be no one here right now. However, as soon as I opened the door, a middle-aged man with long black hair came into view. I saw him holding his veteran Cadre thermos in one hand and filling a veteran Cadre water cup with water using the other hand. He was using my thermos. My water cup. Drinking my water. Oh, Lily, you are here. The middle-aged man showed some pleasant surprise, which was specifically manifested by gulping down the steaming water in one go, his water cup. His water. Lord Hashirama. We don't seem to be that close, do we? Artoria narrowed her dead fish eyes, barely managing to hold back the rest of the words. The man in front of her could slap him to death with a single palm. No matter how friendly he was portrayed in the anime, she didn't dare to act too presumptuous on their second meeting. Come on, don't be so serious. Today's kids are really no fun at all. Lord Hashirama smiled cheekily and handed Artoria a veteran Cadre water cup. Yesterday, he had wanted to come over and ask if Artoria was interested in gambling, but who would have thought that upon a casual check, hey. What a coincidence, the person actually ran a casino. Wasn't this a tailor-made good disciple for him? Lily's eyelids twitched, and she almost failed to suppress her primordial power. That was my water cup. Mine. This is my home. Not your home. Aren't you a bit too familiar, my Lord Hashirama? Lord Hashirama, why are you here? Artoria forcibly suppressed her anger, shifted her gaze elsewhere to avoid looking at the middle-aged man, and then said, "Oh, right." Hashirama scratched his head and said, "Lily, what do you think of Konoha?" Konoha. Artoria blinked, pretending she had never heard of it. Ah, Konoha is the name Madara and I gave this village a couple of days ago. Sounds nice, right? Then what do you think of Konoha? It's very good. The villagers are very happy, everyone is very friendly, and with the existence of the village, wars rarely happen in the land of fire. Artoria said without hesitation. This was also her thought. In fact, she felt that if a country wanted to be prosperous, it needed another powerful country. Otherwise, if there was only one country in the ninja world, it would be fine for a short time, but what has been divided must unite, and what has been united must divide. One day, a grand war would still break out. As long as an enemy still exists, even if there are internal problems, most of the time they will point their spears outward together at critical moments. However, she had never been a leader, and her current thoughts might just be her wanting to slack off and be a salted fish. Then what do you think is the meaning of the Hokage? Or rather, what is the meaning of the leader of this village? Fearing that she hadn't heard of the Hokage, Hashirama hurriedly added. The meaning of the Hokage. Probably letting all the villagers be well fed and warmly clothed, and being able to unconsciously show a smile during their leisure time. After pondering for a moment, Artoria gave the answer in her heart. In her view, true strength might be how powerful the leader is or how prosperous the village is, but in reality, the lives of the common people are also a quite important part. Is that so? Hashirama gave Artoria a deep look, and then smiled and said, then would you like to be my disciple? The only one, yo. Ah, sure. Artoria responded unconsciously, and only after realizing it did she instantly raise her head, looking at Hashirama in disbelief. At the same time, the system's unique electronic voice echoed in Artoria's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Rewards. 500 free attribute points, 1000 mall coins, super-powered projector. Item name. Super-powered projector. Function. Can remotely project any item within a radius of 10 kilometers, and the effect can be copied 100%. Note. Can only achieve projection, no real effect. Is this just used for flexing? Can the Holy Grail be projected? Yes, the system replied. It actually can. Artoria swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Will this not buy time for development? One of the two great gods is now her teacher, and the other is temporarily stalled by her using the Holy Grail. If these two don't have a civil war, how could a war possibly break out? There has never been such a wonderful start. Artoria cautiously looked at the super-powered projector, and it took a long time before she was willing to return to reality, almost scaring Hashirama Senju. He carefully checked her over and kept pulling Artoria's arm, saying he wanted to take her to Tobarama to get her brain checked. Artoria talked him into believing that her brain was fine with much difficulty. Finally, after sitting in Arthur Casino for an afternoon, a fully satisfied Hashirama left. Before leaving, he also asked Artoria to make a trip to the Senju clan compound the next day to meet her second master. Artoria didn't care much about the cheap master's words. After adding all the free attribute points from the past few days to taijutsu, she silently continued today's training quest. Name. Artoria. Age. 5 inches. Ninjutsu. E plus 207 500ths. Taijutsu. D plus 255 5000ths. Genjutsu. E plus 278 500ths. Chakra. D 55 1000ths. Noble Phantasm. Wind King Barrier Level 2, C 399 500ths. Mall Coins. 4700 inches. Evaluation. Chunin. Ding. The system mall has been upgraded to version 1.1. The mall has been updated. Artoria covered her mouth in pleasant surprise, then took a look at the mall. Just like before, this time the mall also had only one noble phantasm. The last one was the Wind King Barrier, which didn't unlock until one attribute reached Chunin after redemption. This time, the noble phantasm is named Galatine, requiring a full 50,000 mall coins. Looking at Galatine, a trace of contemplation flashed in Artoria's eyes. Does this mall always only allow redeeming one item after every update? Uchiha Clan Compound. Uchiha Madara irritably threw the read letter aside. The Holy Grail. Where on earth is it? Senju Clan Compound. Tobarama Senju's house. Tobarama Senju angrily put the government affairs he had just finished handling aside. Anija. Don't let me catch you. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Today, the Senju clan welcomed a special guest. She was a blonde little girl who came looking for the clan head. If she were merely here to see the clan head, or simply a random little girl, there wouldn't be any problem at all. But putting them together felt rather strange. Lord Hashirama's son, Lord Mokuma's wife, seemed to have blonde hair, right? And she didn't have a very vigorous life force, could it be? You and the clan head are. A Senju clansman guarding the clan compound lowered his head, stammering as he tried to organize his words. Meanwhile, another Senju clansman looked at Arthur with some excitement, waiting for him to speak, yet also feeling a bit fearful, terrified that he might actually learn some heaven-shaking secret and then be eliminated by the big shots in the clan. Teacher Hashirama is my teacher, Arthur said with a somewhat weird expression. He had called Senju Hashirama his teacher right from the beginning, yet now they were asking him what kind of relationship he had with Hashirama. I see. So you're master and apprentice. The Senju clansman who spoke first suddenly understood. Suddenly, the expressions of both men froze, as if they didn't quite understand what Arthur had just said. They were actually master and apprentice. Wasn't she some hidden gem left behind? No, no, when did Lord Hashirama take on a disciple? No, no, Lord Hashirama actually takes disciples. Ah, Arthur sighed inwardly. Did the intelligence of the entire Senju clan really all go to Senju Tobarama? Arthur walked up in front of them and waved his hand. Seeing that they were ignoring him and probably still digesting the information, he had no choice but to stride into the Senju clan compound. Senju Tobarama's bedroom. Senju Hashirama knelt before the desk, processing government affairs with tears in his eyes. He could never figure out why his younger brother was so fierce to him. If Idama and Kawarama were still around, they would definitely be obedient, ideal, good younger brothers. Thud. Ouch. What are you doing? Hashirama clutched his head, looking aggrievedly at Tobarama. I have a feeling you were thinking about something not so good. Tobarama looked at Hashirama expressionlessly. Hashirama's aggrieved expression froze, his eyes darting everywhere as if he didn't understand how Tobarama knew what he was thinking. You really were thinking about it. Thud. Ah. So you were just guessing, yet you still hit me. Thud. How dare you still talk back? Right. Tobarama roared exasperatedly. It was one thing for this fool to normally dump half of his government paperwork onto him, but yesterday he had dumped all of it onto him, and even came back laughing and giggling saying he went to the casino. A furious Tobarama didn't listen to the second half of his sentence and beat Hashirama up. Even if he had just said he went to take on a disciple, that would be fine. But he went to a casino. What else could one do at a casino? Take on a disciple at a casino. Hashirama raised his head resentfully and looked at Tobarama. Mito tilde Madara tilde where are you guys tilde? What are you looking at, Anija? Hurry up and write. There's another stack after you finish this one. Unable to stand Hashirama's gaze, Tobarama couldn't help but punch him in the head again. Idama tilde Kawarama tilde it's all Big Brother's fault. It's Big Brother who failed to protect you all, woo woo woo. Hurry up and write. This is all what you left over from yesterday. Woo woo woo. Is teacher Hashirama here? Just as Tobarama's fist was about to smash onto Hashirama's head, a small blonde head poked out from the open doorway. Seeing the newcomer, the highlights instantly returned to Hashirama's eyes. Lily, you are my god. Lily. Woo woo woo. In a flash, Hashirama leapt up with a whoosh and instantly hugged Arthur, catching even Tobarama, the reigning fastest speedster in the ninja world, off guard. Lily. Woo woo woo. Teacher Hashirama. Arthur's expression was somewhat awkward, both hands suspended in midair, not knowing where to put them. Anija. Tobarama looked at the somewhat bizarre scene before him, a middle-aged uncle hugging a blonde little loli for dear life, while the little loli looked pitifully at the uncle, daring to be angry but not daring to speak out. He felt that as the last remaining conscience of the Senju clan, he ought to say something at this moment. Come to think of it, what did this little girl just call Big Brother? Tobarama instinctively wanted to ponder this, but the 3 years in life imagery right before his eyes forced him to stop thinking. Tobarama, I'm going to teach my disciple today. Today's government affairs end here. Facing Tobarama, Hashirama instinctively felt a bit guilty, but thinking that he had a legitimate reason, he confidently straightened his back. Your disciple. Tobarama frowned, and then as if recalling something, asked, is she that little girl named Lily? Lord Hashirama released Arthur and nodded like pounding garlic. Then Tobarama, I'm heading out to teach Lily ninjutsu and taijutsu now, ah. No. Tobarama said sternly. At least not until the examination is over. Hearing this, Hashirama finally gave up. He hadn't intended to start teaching Arthur immediately anyway. It was his first time being a teacher and he hadn't figured out how to teach yet. Just now, he merely planned to take Arthur to Arthur Casino for a couple of rounds. With the boss there, surely they could win a couple of hands, right? Arthur gave Tobarama a strange look, then immediately withdrew his gaze for fear of being noticed. This man was simply too prudent. Clearly they were in the Senju clan, right in his own home, yet he was still afraid of others finding out that Hashirama took on a disciple 2 days early, fearing people would accuse him of playing favorites. Besides, the god of shinobi playing favorites and letting someone take the back door, nobody would dare say anything about it anyway, given his strength right there. Anija, don't let others know that you took Lily as your disciple in advance. The day after tomorrow, have Lily participate in the examination together with the others. Finishing that, he shifted his gaze to Arthur. Lily, we won't tell you the contents of the examination. When the time comes, everything will depend on yourself. If you can't pass, it will just prove that you aren't qualified yet to be Big Brother's disciple. I won't say anything, and Lily will definitely pass the examination. Hashirama looked earnestly at Tobarama. This was the expression his optimistic self always put on for his family in Madara. I will pass the examination, please rest assured, Lord Tobarama. Lily said with equal seriousness, her gaze very resolute. One blonde, one dark-haired, one big, one small, they both displayed the exact same attitude. I believe you too. Looking at the two of them, Tobarama suddenly smiled. Now he somewhat approved of Arthur. He just knew that Big Brother would never let him down when it came to serious matters, except for government affairs. Now, Big Brother, process these. Lily, go aside and practice ninjutsu on your own. Tobarama, so scary. Hashirama burst into tears and instantly hugged Lily again. Arthur. Uchiha clan compound. Another day passed. Uchiha Madara used a kunai to slash a horizontal mark on the wall. As the kunai fell, it formed part of the Chinese character for Jung. Time flies, and it quickly arrived at noon on the day of the assessment. Artoria, who had been looking forward to this for a long time, was already fully prepared by now, and after a brief adjustment, she went out. After another 2 days of training, Artoria's taijutsu had improved a bit more, moving her one step closer to an elite chunin. Calculated this way, being a jonin wasn't too far away either. After her taijutsu ability reached the chunin level, her physical body also became much stronger. The road from home to the Konoha Square was not short. When she was an elite genin, it took her about half an hour of full-speed travel to arrive, but now she could get there in just a little over 20 minutes, and even had energy to spare. By the time Artoria arrived at the square, quite a few people had already arrived, including both clan descendants and commoners. There were also a considerable number of clansmen from both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan present, and the numbers were quite large. However, since those two prestigious clans were taking apprentices, it was entirely normal for them to be there. Lily. Before Artoria could continue her wild imagination, an excited male voice came from not far away, getting closer and closer. Hearing this, Artoria turned around to look, her pretty face darkening instantly. She wanted to flare up, but mindful of her image in front of her peers, she could only say coldly, "Young Patriarch Sarutobi, please do not address me like that. We are not that close." Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, but instantly his face put on what he thought was a sunny and handsome smile. Alright, Lily, no problem Lily. Dad said that to pursue a girl, one must persist in being shameless, that was how he chased after mom. Artoria took a deep breath, her fair fists clenching and loosening and clenching, chanting silently in her heart. This guy is the third Hokage, I cannot offend him. This guy is the third Hokage, I cannot offend him. After chanting it 10 times silently, the anger in Artoria's heart gradually subsided. But taking a glance at that gay-colored monkey who had designs on her, the freshly extinguished anger showed signs of reviving again, scaring Artoria into quickly glancing her eyes elsewhere to avoid being an eyesore. But in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, Artoria's appearance was simply that of a shy little girl who was so awed by his handsome looks that she was afraid she would be unable to extricate herself if she took another glance. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help proudly rubbing his nose. Bro's charm is simply too great. However, since Lily loves me so much, why doesn't she confess? Bro wouldn't reject you anyway. Hiruzen. A shout called Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul back. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head to look, and chuckled. It turned out to be his good buddy Danzo. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo with a full smile. The latter silently nodded, walked to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side, and then looked at Artoria vigilantly. He would never forget that on that day, this 5-year-old girl used only a single wooden stick to beat him until he had no power to fight back. Especially that move she named, Strike of the Wind King, at the end, which directly nailed him to the pillar of shame. If his family hadn't stepped in, the news of him, Danzo, being beaten like a dog by a girl 3 years younger than him would have spread all over the village. Also, that, Strike of the Wind King. Father said he had never heard of it. Which means, it was self-created. Artoria, who was given the creeps by Danzo's stare, glanced at him, thought for a moment, and then withdrew her gaze with disgust. This guy is making trouble for me on account of that gay-colored monkey. His motives aren't pure, right? Could he be a genuine gay? Thinking of this, Artoria felt a bit chilled, and with even more aversion, she took 2 steps backward. But in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, it wasn't like that at all. That pitiful, stealthy glance at Danzo like a wounded little beast, trembling in fear as if remembering something, and finally retreating 2 steps helplessly, were all telling him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, an ironclad fact. I see. No wonder Artoria is unwilling to confess to me. It's all because of you. Fool Danzo. He knew about Danzo going to look for Artoria, but he found out too late, so he could only send people to scout out the situation afterwards. The news he finally got back was that Danzo had been taught a lesson by Artoria. He didn't believe it at the time. He had fought against both Danzo and Artoria. In his view, Danzo's strength was indeed inferior to Artoria's, but protecting himself even if he couldn't win shouldn't be a big problem. Looking at it now, Danzo must have brought people with him at that time. Right, why didn't he think of that earlier? Someone as cautious as Danzo should have already inquired about that battle between Artoria and himself. Knowing he couldn't win, no matter how foolish he was, he wouldn't stupidly go by himself. Danzo must have gathered people to beat Artoria up. So many people. So many heavy slaps. How much psychological trauma must this have caused to a 5-year-old child? Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was solemn, trying hard to suppress the anger about to erupt in his heart, slamming both hands hard onto Danzo's body. What on earth did you do to Lily that day? Danzo, who was still wary of Artoria. What did I do to her? What could I do to her? Kneel down and beg her not to kill me. A bewildered Artoria. Who did what to whom? This weakling to me. Everyone present widened their eyes in succession. Senju Hashirama, who had just made an appearance wanting to preach the yet-to-be-compiled will of fire. Senju Tobarama, who was a step behind Senju Hashirama and the true decision-maker of the Senju clan. Didn't they say that day the kid from the Shimura family was beaten up by Lily? And at this moment, an Imo Uchiha Madara was still on his way here riding a horse. At this moment, the playground was in an uproar. Both clan descendants and commoners were shocked by Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. For real. Danzo is actually that kind of person. How terrifying, to actually prey on such a little girl. That little girl is so pitiful. To actually fall into Danzo's hands. Maji ka yo. Tab. Tobarama, Senju Hashirama leaned in front of his younger brother in panic. Is this true? As for Lily, she. Calm down, Anija. This matter probably isn't what you think it is. Senju Tobarama held down his frantic older brother with one hand while rubbing his temples with a headache using the other. An older brother who had lost his mind, an excited little monkey Hiruzen, a grief-stricken and indignant Danzo, and melon-eating onlookers filled with a sense of justice. Although this scene was quite chaotic, what truly caused Senju Tobarama to break down was the victim Artoria, whose surface showed grievance while her eyes were filled with excitement and the look of someone watching a good show. Danzo. I want to duel you. The winner gets Lily. The loser becomes Hokage. Hiruzen. I'll say it again. Artoria beat me up that day. I'm the victim. Where did you guys even learn about the Hokage? No, wait. How can the position of the village leader be used as a stake? Still no, what on earth happened to Lily that day? Danzo. Woo woo woo. Danzo. Maji ka yo tilde. All of you, shut up. Senju Tobarama's face turned livid, and his hostile gaze swept across the crowd. Those swept by Tobarama's gaze immediately fell silent, and even a certain god of shinobi was no exception. Seeing that everyone had stopped discussing, Senju Tobarama looked serious, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief inside. If he had let everyone keep discussing, he really wouldn't have known how to wrap this up. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms, staring at the crowd with a cold, expressionless face and saying nothing. Since he wasn't speaking, not even Senju Hashirama dared to speak, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. A gentle breeze blew past, and the long, spiky black hair gently brushed across Hashirama's face. The slightly tickling sensation caused Hashirama to raise his head slightly, opening one eye wide and stealthily taking a peek. It was Madara. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly. The teachers had arrived, and with nearly 1,000 students, almost everyone was here. For a time when the village had just been established, this was already quite a lot. Because Hashirama had shared the method of refining chakra with the commoners who came to the village, many commoner children also possessed chakra. Therefore, many commoners had also come to the playground. Among them, outstanding ones like Al already had the strength of a Chunin, and counting further down, the likes of Udatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado both reached the level of genin. 10 minutes later, bean-sized sweat beads dripped down from the foreheads of many children. Only then did Senju Tobarama take a step back, signaling Senju Hashirama to step forward. Ahem. Moshi Moshi. Before the assessment, please think about a question. What is your dream? What is your reason for coming here? And what is your reason for striving to become stronger? Senju Hashirama looked at the crowd and asked word by word. Senju Tobarama looked at Hashirama somewhat strangely. There were definitely no such lines in the draft he gave him. The children who came to participate in the assessment lowered their heads one by one and fell into deep thought. Actually, the 3 sentences could almost be understood as one. However, Hashirama had heard from Al that parallel structures, meaning arranging 3 or more phrases or sentences with related or similar meanings, identical or similar structures, and the same tone, could achieve the effect of strengthening momentum. He didn't know if he used it correctly, but anyway, he felt that turning one sentence into 3 sentences certainly carried a lot of momentum. Suddenly, a boy from the Hyuga clan's main family raised his hand. My dream is to become the future patriarch of the clan. The main family boy only stated his dream because he didn't want to say the same sentence 3 times. Subsequently, a little boy from the Nara clan also raised his hand. My dream is to become the patriarch. I came here to become stronger, and the reason to become stronger is to become the patriarch. The Nara family's little boy answered all 3 sentences. He actually wanted to just answer with one, but following the leadership in everything could never be wrong. There was no way he could go against the leadership, right? Led by the 2 of them, more and more people began to speak up. My dream is to become the leader of the village. My dream is to open the biggest yakiniku restaurant in the village. My dream is to become the Hokage and marry Lily. Under the gaze of everyone, Hiruzen Sarutobi stiffened his neck and roared these words, then looked at Danzo provocatively after finishing. Even if you used despicable methods to get Lily's body, it's useless. Lily's heart will sooner or later belong to me, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo's face turned dark. How many times do I have to fooling say it? I am the victim. How many times do you want me to say it? Are you mentally retarded? What the fool? It's all that Artoria's fault. It's because of her that Hiruzen yelled at him. Danzo resentfully glared at Al. Huh. So weird. Take another look. Still so weird. Was this blonde loli before him, looking at him and Hiruzen with a grievance-stricken and helpless expression, really that same Artoria who had grabbed him by the collar and swung him back and forth? Lily, don't be afraid. With me here, Danzo won't hurt you. Seeing Danzo glare at Al while Al wore a grievance-stricken expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly became displeased. He immediately pulled Al behind him and said. Seeing this, Danzo's face turned even darker. Can't you fooling tell that she's fooling it? Don't you fooling know that I can't beat her? At this moment, Al, hiding behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, could barely suppress the corners of her mouth. Of course there was a reason why she changed her attitude so quickly. Early this morning when Hiruzen Sarutobi roared at Danzo, the system had activated and brought along a hidden quest. Hidden quest. Konoha Sea King. Content. Keep 5 fish at the same time. keep their favorability above 90 simultaneously, and do not engage in romantical relations. Reward. Clarent, uncontrollable changes may occur. Time limit. Unlimited. As for what kind of uncontrollable changes, Artoria didn't care anymore. Nowadays, whenever she went out to fight, she relied on a wooden stick. If a weapon came along, she would definitely accept it without refusal. Galatine was still a long way off. Once she had both swords, switching to a dual-wielding style would also work. It was just a little unfair to the men she was stringing along. She could only compensate them when the quest ended. Making them feel good was impossible. She could only compensate them with other things. Standing on the side, Senju Tobarama was somewhat speechless at this farce, while also thinking that Lily had quite an extraordinary dark sense of humor, loving to watch the world burn. To prevent the two of them from starting a fight, Senju Tobarama immediately gave all three of them a death glare, and only then did the three of them behave. Secretly, however, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still glaring at Danzo, whose face grew increasingly dark. Hindered by Tobarama's deterrence, he could only endure it. Anyway, ninjas, you know, if you endure enough, you become a shinobi. Ha 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 ha, all your dreams are great. However, puppy love is not to be encouraged. The little monkey is maturing way too early, Senju Hashirama said with a grin. He had also figured it out. It was just Hiruzen Sarutobi misunderstanding things, nothing major. A few days ago, someone told me that his dream was to become a leader, and then let everyone be able to wear a smile even during their leisure time. Senju Hashirama paused to give everyone some time to digest it. He had lied just a tiny bit, but he felt it wasn't a big problem. You might think this dream is nothing much, but when I heard it, I truly felt that this dream was wonderful. It's an amazing dream, even if it seems a bit empty. If he as a leader can achieve this, then this matter is truly too cool. When I was young, back in the Sengoku era, human lives were truly worthless. Perhaps friends and clansmen who were chatting and smiling together yesterday would be killed the next day. Between every single clan, there are irreconcilable hatreds. People of the old era die, and newborn hatreds bloom and bear fruit once again. Whether it is Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, or Sarutobi, various large and small clans are glued and entangled together by words named hatred and interests, tightly bound up and unable to walk out. Senju Hashirama grew somewhat excited as he spoke to this point. Whether adults or children, everyone was in constant peril. No one could sleep until they naturally woke up back then. Not only did they have to train, but they also had to stay on guard, fearing a nocturnal raid by enemies. When members of ninja clans went out, they couldn't even state their surnames, and children had to go to the battlefield at 4 or 5 years old. A world like this must be wrong. Hearing this, Hashirama's tone grew somewhat dejected, as if thinking of something. Nearby, Madara and Tobarama also lowered their heads in silence. I shared some of my thoughts with my father, but my father didn't understand me. My brothers didn't understand me back then either. I thought no one in this world would understand me, until I met Madara. Hashirama smiled happily, laughing like a child, extremely happy. Madara also speechlessly twitched the corners of his mouth. So stupid. Our ideals were so similar. At that time, we dreamed of building a village, protecting the people, protecting the children, and establishing a ninja academy. Perhaps we couldn't end the war, but I could at least ensure that 4 or 5-year-old children wouldn't have to go to the battlefield anymore. Children, my dream is right here. The reason I came here is to educate the future of the village, so that in the future they can protect the village, protect the villagers, and protect the children of the future. The reason I strive to become stronger is to change this wrong world. Perhaps I cannot complete it, but I can pass on my will. Where leaves dance, fire burns. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. This is the will of fire of our Konoha village. Senju Hashirama took a step back and clapped his hands together. Several 3-story high, tens of meters wide wooden buildings rose from the ground out of thin air, settling beside the children who had come to register, surrounding the playground and leaving only a wooden door several meters wide. Today, children who fail the assessment can also enter this ninja academy. The principal will be served by Uchiha Madara, and the vice principal will be served by me. Senju Hashirama ignored Senju Tobarama's incredulous look and Uchiha Madara's surprised look, standing with his hands on his hips and grinning as he looked at all the children. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his confident smile filled the children's eyes. Next, I announce that the assessment begins. The first assessment is to run 10 kilometers around the playground without using chakra. 10 kilometers was not considered long for ninjas with chakra, and it was even child's play for certain ninjas who excelled in taijutsu. However, for these children with an average age of 7 or 8, children who still could not use chakra, 10 kilometers felt monumental. 20 minutes had already passed, and the children had split into 4 echelons. There were only 3 people in the first echelon: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Kagami, and Artoria. Hiruzen Sarutobi led the 3 of them, followed by Uchiha Kagami, and Artoria last, though the gap between them was not large, and all 3 had already passed the halfway mark of the journey. The second echelon also had only a few people, namely the young clan head of the Akamichi clan, Akamichi Torafu, Danzo Shimura, Homura Mitokado, Udatane Kaharu, as well as several members of the Uchiha clan and Senju clan. The vast majority of the third echelon consisted of children from prominent clans, with only a small portion being geniuses among the commoners. The fourth echelon consisted entirely of commoners, but this was normal. The commoners had only arrived at the village a few months ago and had just ended a state of living from hand to mouth. While their physical constitutions weren't necessarily terrible, they certainly couldn't be considered good. Another 10 minutes passed, and Artoria had already left the second echelon behind by nearly a kilometer, but her stamina had also hit rock bottom. Although her taijutsu had broken through to the Chunin level, she was only a 5-year-old child, not some minor or major version of a youthful green beast. Without using chakra, 10 kilometers could be considered her limit. I need to ask Brother System as soon as I get back whether the Red Dragon's heart can be exchanged. At this point, only the last 1 or 2 kilometers remained, but Artoria had already begun to gasp every 3 steps, her legs feeling as heavy as if filled with lead, so weighted down that she could barely lift them. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been running a few meters ahead of Artoria and blocking the wind for her, felt a bit of pity. Lily, how about I carry you across? If I actually agreed to that, that old fool Tobarama would expel me from Hashirama's lineage by the next day, right? Artoria cursed inwardly a couple of times, but didn't show it on the surface, only shaking her tired head to signal a refusal. Seeing that Artoria refused him, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt a surge of pride within his heart. As expected of the girl I like. A flash of admiration also crossed the eyes of Uchiha Kagami, who was running at the very front. For a 5 or 6-year-old little girl to reach this extent was already quite impressive. Time slowly passed. Uchiha Kagami, running at the very front, had long since completed the task. After being praised a few times by the clan head Uchiha Madara, he happily ran off to the side to rest. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had abundant physical stamina and had always matched Uchiha Kagami evenly, failed to complete it for a long time, staying by Artoria's side the entire time. By this point, Artoria had reached her limit. Her vision was blurry, her throat was filled with a metallic taste, and her lungs hurt as if they were on fire. At this moment, running seemed to have become an instinct. Even though her consciousness was unclear, her body still kept running purely on instinct. She didn't know how long she had run, only knowing she had to keep running and running until she felt herself crash into a broad, sturdy torso, and a voice said, "That's enough, Lily." Tobarama said you passed. Hearing human voices, or perhaps hearing the words she had wanted to hear, Artoria's body went limp, and she passed out. Before completely losing consciousness, Artoria also heard the argument between the 2 Senju brothers. Perhaps because of the system, she heard it with exceptional clarity. Tobarama. I said long ago that running 10 kilometers without chakra is too harsh for a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. Anija, that wasn't what you said back then. Besides, a flower grown in a greenhouse won't achieve very high accomplishments in the future. Back then was back then. Then how about Anija come up with a solution? Wasn't that bell-grabbing exercise you mentioned earlier quite good? You want the few of us to fight thousands of people for bells. How many bells do you plan to hang on your body? When she woke up again, she was in a log cabin hospital built by Hashirama's abilities. An unfamiliar ceiling. Artoria narrowed her eyes slightly, yet didn't feel tired at all. Artoria silently checked her body with chakra, only to find that she didn't look anything like someone who had collapsed from exhaustion. Lily, you're finally awake. Artoria looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and a strange red-haired beauty. It's already been 6 hours, you've finally woken up. Hashirama Senju had noodle-like tears streaming down his face. Even though the atmosphere was rendered very sorrowful, it somehow made Artoria want to laugh. That red-haired beauty was even more direct, turning her head away and pretending not to know her. Your body has recovered very well. Barring any accidents, you should be able to make it in time for the final assessment the day after tomorrow. Tobarama Senju expressionlessly ruined the atmosphere of the scene, completely oblivious to it. I understand, Lord Tobarama, Artoria replied. Tobarama Senju nodded, and the next instant, he vanished directly from everyone's sight. He actually used the flying thunder god. Tobarama is just that kind of person, but he's actually a pretty good guy. Seeming afraid that she might misunderstand, the red-haired beauty walked over and gently patted Artoria's shoulder. Ah, Anyo. Ah, is that so? My name is Senju Mito, and I am your teacher's wife. You should call me Shinyang, Lily-chan. Mito smiled cheerfully as she rubbed Artoria's head, looking entirely like a familiar person. Was Mito grandma, who was so very gentle in the anime, really like this when she was young? That's right, that's right. Hashirama Senju also walked over, gently stroking Artoria's head. So why do you guys, 1 and 2, all like patting my head? I'm still a patient. Ah, it's already 4 or 5 o'clock after finishing writing, the quality is rather mediocre, and upon checking back, I found it's not very easy to revise anymore. Everyone, please bear with it. As the sun set, Senju Hashirama, reluctant to leave, looked pitiably at Lady Mito, hoping she would rescind her order, but in the end was tragically and gently dragged away by Lady Mito. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled all over after receiving a glance from Lady Mito, hastily and tactfully getting up to take his leave, not daring to cast a single glance at his beloved Lily the entire time. Clack. As the door closed, the hospital room fell into darkness once again. Art rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache, sat up to stack 2 pillows together, and finally lay back down with a comfortable expression. Brother system, how can I redeem my red dragon heart? The host only needs to work hard on increasing strength, and you'll be able to redeem it sooner or later. Increasing strength allows redemption. It seemed to be that task where boosting strength unlocks the next quest. Thinking of this, Art was somewhat disappointed and unenthusiastically withdrew from the conversation with Brother System, returning to the real world. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Art was discharged from the hospital. In truth, it wasn't a big deal to begin with, and he probably didn't even need to be sent to the hospital. Lying down anywhere for a few hours might have cured him just as well. For this discharge, he didn't tell anyone, so no one came to pick him up. Besides, nothing major had happened. If someone came to fetch him, it would make his social anxiety flare up. He planned to check on his 2 shops. He had left in a hurry this morning and forgot to leave a notice of leave at the storefronts, so he wondered how his 2 small shops were faring right now. Because his home was set up inside the sushi shop, Art went to the Arthur Casino first, so that after checking the sushi shop, he could directly begin today's training. Thus, Art happily pushed the door open, only to see a middle-aged man with long black hair carrying a scroll on his back, happily gathered together with over a dozen regulars, shouting loudly about something. Big, big, big. I bet on big this round. Yosh. Did everyone hear that? Lord Hashirama bet on small. I believe in Lord Hashirama, I bet on small too. You fool Mizuo. Lord Hashirama clearly bet on big. I'm going to bet on small too. Art. Weren't you so reluctant to part with me back in the hospital? Is this how much you couldn't bear to leave me? Oh. It's Lily. How did you know I was here? Are you looking for me? Wait till I finish this round. I can definitely win it back this time. No, I didn't know you were here, nor am I looking for you, and I certainly don't think you're going to win this round. Teacher Hashirama. Ah. Wait. Hashirama nervously watched the dice cup continuously shaken in a burly man's hands. Teacher Hashirama. Yes, wait a minute. This round I will definitely. Before Hashirama could finish his sentence, the burly man stopped his movements, and as the dice cup was lifted, the points on the 3 dice were revealed. 3, 1, 4, a total of 8 points, small. Ah. What? Lily, you say Tobarama is looking for me. It's about the Ninja Academy. There's no time to lose, let's hurry. Hashirama looked at Art with a righteous face, even putting a hand on the latter's shoulder for fear that he might escape. Art looked at Hashirama with a stiff expression. How on earth did I agree to become this guy's disciple back then? I really feel like dying. Is Lord Hashirama going to run away again? Are you going to Nigerandeo again? That's so despicable, Lord Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, you're going to set a bad example for Lily. Ha, how could I? When have I ever run away, ha. Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing that he couldn't wriggle out of it, he had no choice but to leave some money behind, then brought Art along, leaving the spot with body flicker. The Valley of the End, or rather, the future Valley of the End. Right now, it was still a place with great spiritual energy, quite suitable for cultivation and training. Present-day Art and Hashirama teleported to this place using body flicker. This place is. Art looked around and saw nothing special. So, was he finally going to guide humble old me? This is a place I really like. Whenever I'm bored, I come here for a stroll. Hashirama grinned, casually taking off the scroll from his back and placing it in front of Art. This is. Open it and see for yourself. Tobarama asked me to give it to you. Art opened the scroll. Inside were various ninjutsu. A quick glance showed several hundred of them, ranging from the lowest level 3 techniques to common A-rank ninjutsu. Just as he was about to examine them closely and start learning ninjutsu, a large hand reached over and handed him a sheet of paper. Just as Art was about to ask, he heard Hashirama say, "This is chakra paper. It can test your chakra element. Using ninjutsu that match your element gets twice the results with half the effort, but using mismatched elements will consume about twice as much chakra." Art nodded gently, feigning an expression of sudden realization. He knew all of this, but Hashirama clearly didn't know he knew. Unless necessary, he still had to put on an act to give this middle-aged man a bit of self-esteem, since he was teaching quite earnestly. While thinking, Art didn't slow down his actions. One hand had already channeled chakra into the paper. Snap! The paper split in half. It's the wind element. Not a bad element at all. Hashirama chuckled and patted Art's head. Actually, he believed this teacher would say the exact same thing no matter what element it turned out to be. Now then, hurry and train. There's another assessment in 2 days. Remember to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Hashirama walked to the side. Art nodded gently. Looking at the scroll, he already had a goal in mind. First was the shadow clone. Learning this well would double the efficiency of training later, a true express grinding tool. High rating, definitely 5 stars. Next would be the shape transformation and nature transformation of the wind element, roughly described as what Asuma does, or perhaps even stronger if one had good talent. Shadow clone technique. Ding. Shadow clone proficiency plus 1 foot. Shadow clone technique. Ding. After a whole night's effort, long enough to outlast even Hashirama, who eventually left, Shadow clone finally reached level 2. It mainly took nearly 4 hours to gain the first level. The rest was easy. Grinding with clones allowed gaining another level in just 2 hours. The current stats had changed too. Name: Artoria. Age: 5. Ninjutsu: E plus 207 500ths. Taijutsu: D plus 496 5000ths. Genjutsu: E plus 278 500ths. Chakra: D 55 1000ths. Noble Phantasm: Wind King Barrier Level 2 C 462 500ths. Ninjutsu: Shadow Clone Technique Level 2 205 500ths. Mall Points: 5500. Rank: Chunin. With shadow clones, grinding stats in the future would become faster and faster. Time ticked away bit by bit. Soon, 2 days passed. Over these 2 days, building on her existing foundation, Artoria had also intensified her ninjutsu training. Now, not only had she learned the three techniques, but she could also perform some basic C-rank wind release ninjutsu, making gratifying progress. Artoria had already arrived at the meeting spot. With 15 minutes left before the agreed time, not a single person had arrived yet. The night before, Hashirama had made a special trip over to tell her that although quite a few people completed the 10-kilometer run, counting Artoria, there were only a mere 7 who actually met their standards. Barring any surprises, the fate of the other 6 was to follow Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. As for the rest who didn't meet the standard, Tobarama had found an excuse to eliminate them all under the guise of an assessment the night before last. So those 6 people's teachers would be Gloomy Guy and Scheming Guy. It seemed like no matter who they ended up with, they wouldn't be very happy. Although both were big thighs worth clinging to, Hashirama was still easier to get along with, right? Hope they'll be okay. Artoria sincerely prayed for them for 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the people who were supposed to show up arrived one after another. The teacher all-stars, Simpleton Senju Hashirama, Gloomy Guy Uchiha Madara, Scheming Guy Senju Tobarama. The student lineup: Heartthrob, self-proclaimed Artoria, Heartthrob Simp Hiruzen Sarutobi, Heartthrob Simp's former bestie current love rival debatable Danzo Shimura, slightly favorable towards Heartthrob undeniable Uchiha Kagami, extra Homura Mitokado, little chubby Torafu Akamichi, and the only female, Kaharu Udatane. Artoria looked around and realized that she and the girl Kaharu Udatane were the only 2 normal people here. Immediately, she subtly shifted 20 steps in the girl's direction. I hope nobody comes looking for me before the assessment starts. Artoria prayed devoutly to God in her heart. Lily. There you are. Ah. Cough. Not effective at all. Next time I make a wish, I'm not going to you. Is something wrong, pervert? Sarutobi-kun. Artoria raised her head with a strained smile, her body involuntarily shifting 2 more steps toward the girl. Kaharu Udatane. Stop moving, stop moving. Any closer and you'll be glued to me. Nothing. It's just that Tobarama-sensei said we can form 3-person teams for the assessment later. Danzo and I have already teamed up, and there's still 1 spot left, so, well. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head and scratched his head in embarrassment. Artoria narrowed her eyes slightly and gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a casual glance. So after falling out with Danzo just 2 days ago, turning around, he realizes he still can't live without him. Why are they like a young married couple, fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot of it? Artoria felt something was off. After pondering for a moment, she smacked her right fist into her left palm and then looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in surprise. So the person you brat actually like isn't me, but Danzo. Artoria found it a bit mind-boggling. No matter how perverted Hiruzen Sarutobi was, his romantical orientation should still be normal, right? Quickly shaking her head to clear out those stray thoughts, she said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, haven't you noticed there are only 7 of us? I noticed. What about it? Teams of 3 means there will definitely be 1 person left over. You noticed that too, right? Yeah, so what about it? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Artoria strangely. I've already invited you, so there's no way you'll be left out. What's there to be afraid of? It can't be that. No. The 3 lords are completely fair and just, how could they use the back door? I've already passed Hashirama-sensei's assessment. You get what I mean, right? Artoria patted Hiruzen Sarutobi on the shoulder and walked over to Hashirama's side without a trace of hesitation. Hiruzen Sarutobi froze in place, his whole persona turning monochrome. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Torafu Akamichi, Uchiha Kagami, come to me. Senju Tobarama's voice was stern and majestic, snapping the dazed Hiruzen Sarutobi back to reality almost the instant it sounded out, making him even more bewildered. Weren't we supposed to form our own teams, Tobarama-sensei? You lied to me. Danzo Shimura, Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane, come to me. Uchiha Madara's authoritative tone carried a hint of annoyance. He was reading the reports sent back by his clan members this morning when Hashirama dragged him here. I already agreed to mentor a few apprentices for a couple of months, what more do you want? Speaking of which, what did Hashirama say I should do first? Oh, self-introductions, then grab a bell, and I can call it a day and go home. Alright. Brats, go ahead and introduce yourselves. Madara pondered for a bit on how to phrase it. The procedure was roughly thinking. Give up thinking. Push the problem onto someone else. My name is Danzo Shimura. I'm 8 years old. Things I like? None. I hate Artoria and Hiruzen Sarutobi. My dream is to become the future leader of the village, Danzo Shimura said expressionlessly. Yes, you read that right. Danzo became Uchiha Madara's disciple, and all of this was naturally Artoria's doing. Last night, after Hashirama finished speaking, she made a small suggestion to Hashirama, and to her surprise, it actually worked out. Ahem. No other intention, really. She just wanted to see what Elder Danzo, who hates the Uchiha in the future, would look like after becoming the disciple of the Uchiha chief. Could it be? Naturally evil Senju brat. This old man will. Cough cough. No expectation intended, nor any intention to watch a drama unfold. What bad intentions could a 5-year-old child like Artoria have? She just wanted to help Elder Danzo get closer to his favorite Uchiha, that's all. My name is Homura Mitokado. There is nothing I dislike, and nothing I particularly like either. My dream is also to become a future leader of the village. Homura Mitokado adjusted his glasses with a serious expression, giving Uchiha Madara the impression of a serious, quiet, and rather boring brat. However, Al, who was watching the show from the side, clearly saw the boy guiltily glance at Udatane Kaharu just as he mentioned things he liked. So who would have thought that a boy who looked so serious and solemn on the outside was actually a young Shota experiencing his first awakening of love in secret. Speaking of which, was Udatane Kaharu really this popular when she was young? She's almost catching up to me. Al stroked her chin while looking the young lady advisor up and down. No cap, no hate, the young advisor was indeed very young back in her youth. My name is Udatane Kaharu. I like cheese, dislike pickled plums and cold mixed noodles, and my dream is to become a powerful female ninja. The young advisor, no, Udatane Kaharu, said calmly, paying no mind to Al's unreserved gaze. Alright, now that introductions are done, let's start grabbing the bells. Uchiha Madara shrugged his shoulders with a hint of excitement. His serious demeanor genuinely terrified everyone present, including Senju Hashirama. Who was this guy? He was one of the famous Sengoku duo. Let alone 3 kids, even Senju Tobarama in front of him was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant, according to Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama took large strides forward, gesturing to stop Madara from doing something foolish, secretly lamenting in his heart. Hey man, I asked you here to play house with the kids and guide the future of the village while you're at it, so why are you getting excited? Hold on. Without exception, everyone present turned their gazes with a swish toward Al, who had spoken up. Ahem. If you have something to say, say it. Don't dawdle. Senju Tobarama interrupted Al's warm-up like a veteran official with a face full of dark lines. Honestly, he shouldn't have agreed to let his elder brother teach her in the first place. Look at her now, it's only been a few days and a perfectly fine child has already been led astray by his brother. I just wanted to say, if you want to test their strength, why not have the 6 of them do a 3 versus 3 team battle? Fighting against opponents of equal strength makes it much easier to see their strengths and weaknesses, and it's far better for improving their teamwork. Al had a solemn expression, looking as if she was doing it entirely for their own good. With that serious look combined with her noble face, anyone unfamiliar with her might actually be fooled, if they ignored the ahoge bouncing wildly on top of her head. She took a rough glance at the lineups of the 2 teams. Without even thinking, it was obvious Danzo's team was going to get beaten up. But Danzo had caused trouble for her before, and Udatane Kaharu was a girl so she wouldn't be hit too hard, so it wasn't a big deal. Wait, she seemed to have forgotten something. Whatever, if I forgot it, it probably wasn't important anyway. The moment Senju Tobarama heard it, he knew something was off. Combined with what Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had just done, he didn't even need to guess what this little rascal was up to. Senju Tobirama looked around, seeing Anija and Uchiha Madara both rubbing their chins in identical fashion while contemplating the feasibility of this proposal, and felt a wave of mental exhaustion. Whatever, it's not like my students are the ones taking the loss. Thus, the future second Hokage closed his eyes in tacit consent. Seeing that his invincible second brother agreed, Lord Hashirama raised both hands in approval without hesitation. On the other side, Lord Madara declared that if Hashirama agreed, then he agreed too. Thus, the bell test that hadn't even started died in the womb, replaced by a passionate 3-on-3 team battle. Of course, what Al didn't know was that because of her suggestion today, the future traditional bell test would turn into a traditional team battle. After the three big shots changed their minds, the six of them silently prepared themselves and pondered their team's chances of winning. In the end, Danzo surprisingly discovered that it was a 100% chance, they were definitely going to lose. Danzo's eyes glared fixedly at a certain monkey. Hiruzen. Only Hiruzen. Even if we lose, I'm taking Hiruzen down with me. Meanwhile, on the other side, a certain perverted monkey, who was already happily pondering whether to go shopping or eat out with Al after the fight, suddenly shivered. This chilling feeling of being stared at by a gay guy. Could it be? On your marks, get set. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could overthink, Al, who had been silently counting 5 minutes, spoke up. After waiting 3 seconds, she took a large step back and blew the whistle. As soon as the whistle blew, Hiruzen Sarutobi rapidly formed hand seals. At a speed of 2 seals per second, he quickly completed the ninjutsu. Fire release. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Hiruzen Sarutobi gathered a burst of fire in his belly, and just as he was about to spew it out, he was blown 5 meters away. By the time he disheveledly pushed himself up and raised his head to look, he realized it was Danzo. It turned out that Danzo, discarding all martial honor, had started forming hand seals before Al even started counting down, holding the ninjutsu compressed in his belly. He didn't even release it when Al blew the whistle, waiting until Hiruzen Sarutobi finished his seals before letting it loose. Hiruzen Sarutobi spat out a mouthful of stale blood. Danzo, playing dirty to pick on an 8-year-old comrade like me. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish complaining, Danzo Shimura darted and leapt like he had activated a speed boost, appearing right in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi in an instant. With bloodshot eyes, his rage-filled fist slammed straight toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Hiruzen. In the blink of an eye, the group fight incident was already half a month ago. After being ambushed successfully by Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to hold back no longer and gave Danzo a vicious beating. If it hadn't been for 3 big shots watching from the sidelines, someone might have actually been killed. Because they had caught the eyes of the big shots, none of the 7 needed to go to school for classes and graduated directly to become genin. However, this brought up a rather awkward problem. The other 6 all had teams, while Artoria was the only one in a team of her own. If others lacked teammates, they would either have to take low-level missions and wait for vacancies to open up in other teams to fill them, or wait for the next class of graduates to finish and team up with the younger students. However, the connected person, Artoria, didn't need to worry about such things. The 3 big shots would help her solve these problems. If all else failed, she could just tag along with Hashirama to grind experience points alone. Half a month ago, in Uchiha Madara's class, because Danzo was injured, Artoria temporarily took Danzo's place to do missions together with Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu. During this period, Artoria even went to the hospital to visit Danzo with her 2 teammates, and even received a look of gratification from Tobirama. The meaning was probably, as expected of Big Brother's disciple, so much better than the evil Uchiha, blah, blah, blah. Better not tell him that she was just doing it out of a guilty conscience. That's right, Artoria, am just this magnanimous. Artoria, Kaharu, today is the day Danzo is discharged from the hospital. Do you want to go together to welcome him after we finish the mission? The one speaking was Homura Mitokado. Having always had a good relationship with Danzo as a bystander, it wasn't strange at all for him to say this. Sure. Udatane Kaharu chimed in without turning her head while pulling weeds. No problem. Artoria also agreed with Homura Mitokado's idea. Mainly, Hiruzen Sarutobi had beaten him so brutally that she almost forgot Danzo was a scheming guy in the future. If things went on like this, she wouldn't even have the heart to scheme against Danzo in the future. Therefore, for the sake of the safety of the ninja world, she really ought to recite 100 times before going to bed that Danzo is an idiot. Swish. Suddenly, a breeze brushed across her face, and a middle-aged white-haired man suddenly appeared before Artoria's eyes. Good day, Lord Tobarama. Artoria bowed slightly, her expression turning serious as she said. Senju Tobarama looked at Artoria with a strange expression. Why had this kid suddenly become so serious lately? She was nothing like Anija. Well, but she looked much more worry-free. Little did he know, Artoria had simply decided to maintain her waifu's image. In order to complete the Clarent mission, she had no choice but to make such sacrifices. Only by doing so could she attract fish, and as a true King Tier fan, she firmly believed that her waifu's charm was the greatest and utterly peerless. Of course, she could still be however she wanted behind the scenes, which could also serve to confuse the enemy, killing two birds with one stone. How could there be someone as smart as me in this world? Lily, pack your luggage at home after finishing your mission today. Get ready to go to the daimyo's palace with me and Big Brother tomorrow. What are we doing at the daimyo's palace? Artoria tilted her head, and the ahoge on top of her head timely bent into a question mark. Big Brother is going to be the Hokage, which requires the daimyo's consent. Senju Tobarama explained concisely, a trace of melancholy flashing through his eyes. That blockhead Anija, even when he was about to succeed to the throne, was still making a fuss about letting Madara be the Hokage. How old was he already? Couldn't he give his younger brother a break? Teacher Hashirama is going to be the Hokage. A trace of shock flashed through Artoria's turquoise eyes. Udatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado also wore looks of astonishment. Senju Tobarama glanced at the two of them and paid them no further mind. So soon, Teacher Hashirama was going to be the Hokage. There wasn't much time left. Yeah, finish the mission early and go back to rest. Gather at the entrance at 6 tomorrow morning. After saying that, Senju Tobarama left using the Flying Thunder God, making Artoria's eyes turn red with envy. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God too. Lily, you should go back and rest first. Leave the rest to me and Homura to handle, Udatane Kaharu said softly. No need. Since we've accepted the mission, we should complete it properly. This is our shared responsibility. How could I comfortably let you bear the responsibility for me just because of my own reasons? That's not right. Artoria shook her head at Udatane Kaharu, her tender little face filled with earnestness. Lily. Let's hurry up and finish the mission. After we're done, we still have to go pick up Danzo. Artoria flashed a smile as warm sunlight spilled over her face, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, causing Udatane Kaharu to lose her composure for a moment. After a long while, she squeezed out an "MN" from her throat. Homura Mitokado, standing to the side, blankly watched the interaction between the two, vaguely feeling that something wasn't quite right. Konoha Hospital. A black-haired youth wearing a hospital gown walked out from the hospital entrance, his face full of resentment. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Artoria. Cough. You two fools. The overflowing resentment radiating from the youth made the surrounding patients' families afraid to get close, forcing them to give him a wide berth. Soon, the youth was locked onto by the three people who had come to pick him up. Danzo, you've finally come out. That familiar voice. That full serious tone. Danzo looked closely, and sure enough, it was that golden-haired fool. Over the past few days, this golden-haired brat who got him beaten up had been coming to check on him every few days with fake hypocrisy. Every single time, she put on that caring posture, he really couldn't take it anymore. If he didn't discharge from the hospital soon, he was going to be sickened to death. That's great, you've finally been discharged, Danzo. Danzo looked at the three people offering him warmth and solicitude, and finally cast his gaze onto that golden-haired figure. His throat trembled, his upper and lower lips parted, and he spat out two exquisite words. Hey, get lost. Udatane Kaharu is not the female lead. Udatane Kaharu is not the female lead. Udatane Kaharu is not the female lead. Important things must be said 3 times. At noon the next day, a rumor began to spread through the village. Have you heard? The young master of the Shimura clan was beaten up by a commoner girl right after being discharged from the hospital. Huh. Wasn't it that the young master of the Shimura clan harassed a little commoner girl right after being discharged, and ended up being counterattacked? Nonsense. It's clearly because the young master of the Shimura clan liked the young master of the Sarutobi clan, and ended up getting beaten up by one of the Sarutobi young master's suitors. How many times do I have to say it? It's because the young master of the Shimura clan got that little girl pregnant and refused to take responsibility, so the little girl turned love into hatred and beat him up. The poster above is too much of a beast. I heard that little girl is only 5 or 6 years old. Go commit seppuku. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Hiruzen Sarutobi stated that he couldn't watch any longer, bluntly declaring that he found Danzo Shimura annoying and beat him up again, and stated that this matter had nothing to do with any commoner girl at all. None at all. This caused Danzo, who had just woken up in the hospital, to experience a surge of blood, and he was actually angered until he passed out cold. Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this time, the 3 people who left the village for a publicly funded trip had already arrived at their destination for a full 5 hours. Driven outside the house by Tobarama, Artoria, who was still carrying a large bag, stared with resentful eyes at Tobarama inside, who was chatting graciously and laughing heartily with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Alright, Lily, you know Tobarama can use the Flying Thunder God, and besides, he didn't know you would bring such a big bag. Hashirama, who showed his face in front of the daimyo only to be kicked out by his younger brother, squatted in front of Artoria, scratched his head, and said helplessly. Hearing the voice, Artoria's gaze paused, and then she shifted her resentful gaze to Hashirama, who was trying to smooth things over. And this man, when Tobarama said they were traveling using the Flying Thunder God, she had suggested leaving her bag with the guard, but this old man said, Daijobu, Mondainai, we'll be right back anyway. Cough. Now the entire daimyo's palace knew that there was a kid carrying a bag as big as 2 people who intended to settle down in the daimyo's palace. Ah. Ahahaha, ahahaha, Sadezu ka. Lily, how about I let Madara become the second Hokage in a few days? Perhaps unable to withstand Artoria's gaze, or perhaps finally realizing his mistake, this goofball with long black hair finally guiltily changed the subject. Do you really plan to be Hokage for only a few days? And you still plan to let Madara seamlessly succeed you? Do you really have no idea what your younger brother's attitude is? How is there any feasibility in this, you fool? Ah. That sounds pretty good. Teacher Hashirama can ask Lord Tobarama for his opinion later. Artoria forced back the urge to roll her eyes and earnestly suggested to Hashirama. The implication was, what's the use of chatting with me? You need to talk to your younger brother. Hashirama's expression stiffened upon hearing this. How could he not know what Tobarama's attitude was? They were just chatting, why was this child being so honest? Ahahahaha, Tobarama is quite busy, let's not trouble Tobarama. Ah, right, is Danzo alright? I heard you beat that kid Danzo pretty miserably. Why did you hit him? Seeing that Artoria's lips were about to open again, Hashirama quickly spoke first to change the subject once more. Danzo. Who? I don't know him well. Artoria still wanted to say some witty remarks to brush it off, when she saw Hashirama's earnest eyes. He wasn't just casually changing the subject, he was serious. She had almost forgotten the importance of the village in this man's heart. As this man's only disciple, she was bound to be the future Hokage, so her view of companions and her own conduct could not have the slightest flaw. I went to see him out of kindness, but he told me to get lost. Artoria answered earnestly, and she wasn't lying. Well, you shouldn't have hit him so hard. Next time just give him a couple of slaps, wouldn't that be fine? Seeing that her teacher was still conflicted, Artoria sighed. Waves rippled in her holy cyan eyes, and her active ahoge also drooped. I'm sorry, Danzo. When had Hashirama ever seen his disciple look like this? Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he heard his disciple's annoyed voice. I went to see him out of kindness, but he harassed me right off the bat, saying that since I managed to become you, teacher's, disciple, I must be very good at it. I was furious, and started arguing with him, And then he said he wanted to violate my ancestors. Artoria cautiously glanced at Hashirama, her hands moving restlessly along the edge of her clothes. A moment later, Artoria took a deep breath and continued. So, I beat him up. Is that so? Hashirama lowered his head slightly, a few strands of long hair drifting across his forehead, obscuring his gaze. Next time, hit him even harder. MN. The corners of Artoria's mouth slowly curved up, as if the teacher not blaming her really made her very happy. Seeing his disciple perk up again, a smile returned to Hashirama's face. As for revenge or assassination, he wouldn't do it. He was the leader of a village, he couldn't be influenced by personal emotions. Unless Danzo truly did something that harmed the interests of the village, otherwise, these were just grudges between children, and he wouldn't do anything to Danzo. Anija. Hearing his second younger brother's call, Hashirama quickly composed his emotions and leapt in a single bound behind Tobarama. Clan head Senju, from now on you will be the first Hokage of Konoha village in our land of fire. The future honor, disgrace, safety, and danger of our land of fire depend on you. The somewhat excessively plump daimyo smiled at Tobarama, then slowly walked in front of Hashirama and said solemnly. Didn't they say daimyos are all good-for-nothing gluttons? How could he say something so serious? Could it be just a facade? Artoria stroked her chin and thought. Rest assured. Senju Hashirama rarely said anything goofball-ish, instead, he was just as solemn as the daimyo. Lily, come here. Senju Tobarama used the great summoning technique once more, but this time the target was not his Anija. Obediently, Artoria moved her short legs and trotted over to Hashirama's side. This must be the Hokage's disciple. Truly a person of outstanding talent, looking every bit like a genius. The daimyo looked at Artoria with a chuckle, and Artoria quickly squeezed out a smiling face. Of course, Lily is very impressive. Hashirama laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it seems Lily will also be a Hokage in the future. The daimyo laughed loudly. Ah, Lily will definitely be a Hokage in the future, I'm quite certain of that. When Hashirama said this, he was very serious. Such an expression rarely appeared on this goofball middle-aged man's face. Ha ha ha, then I must live well. When that time comes, I must go witness the day Lily succeeds to the position of Hokage. Ha 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 ha, Lord Daimyo will definitely have the chance. The conversation between the two top leaders of the Land of Fire left future Hokage Mr. Artoria with a face full of dark lines. Did anyone even ask for my opinion, hey? Oh, right, I can't resist. Never mind then. From today on, I will work together with my successors to protect Konoha, to protect everyone in the village, until I draw my last breath and shed my very last drop of blood. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns on. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. This is the will of fire I have summarized, and it will be my eternal and unchanging vow. Atop the Hokage building, Hashirama held a red and white conical hat with one hand, his gentle smile shining brilliantly under the sunlight. HMPH, that guy Hashirama actually looks a bit like a Hokage. Madara crossed his arms, standing silently on the left and right sides behind Hashirama alongside Tobarama. Uru, standing directly behind Hashirama, stared intently at the back of Hashirama, wondering why a person could have two completely different faces. Tobarama, noticing the gaze of Uru, mistakenly thought Uru was feeling envious, so he patted his shoulder in comfort. No need to be envious. Your talent is great, and you are the only disciple of Big Brother. As long as you grow up properly, the position of Hokage will be yours sooner or later. No, I do not care about this position at all. Why have you become just like that goofball too? Perhaps hearing the commotion, Uchiha Madara calmly glanced at the two of them. After a moment of hesitation, he also placed a hand on the other shoulder of Uru. When Uru looked over in surprise, he found that the head of this flustered Uchiha had already been turned to the other side. Big brother, what are you acting tsunere for? I really did not mean that. Before Uru could finish complaining, he felt his body suddenly lose weight and appear midair. Looking back, he realized it was Hashirama, who had already finished his speech. This guy was actually looking at him with a grin. Most importantly, both of his hands were supporting him by his waist on both sides. This posture could not possibly be. Let us go. Our future Hokage-sama tilde. Do not lift me up high. I am already 5 years old. Let us go tilde. Tobirama-sama, why are you doing this too? Ha 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 ha. Lord Madara, save me. No way, ha ha ha. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Becoming the Hokage for the first time, wanting to contribute to the village so happily for the first time, these two sources of joy overlap, and these two joys bring me even more joy. What I should have obtained is a dream-like, blissful time. But, why did it turn out like this? Get up quickly. Once this desk of paperwork is done, there are still 2 more desks of paperwork. Tobirama-sama slammed his fist down onto that middle-aged man who was resentfully slumped over the desk covered in paperwork and growing mushrooms. It hurts. Tobirama. Hashirama, having taken a punch, looked at Tobirama with tearful, even more resentful eyes. Stop talking nonsense, write faster. Tobirama-sama did not spoil Hashirama at all. He knew his older brother too well. A single punch was all it took to know when his grievance was fake and when it was real. I still have to guide the cultivation of my cute disciple. Do not stop me, let me go quickly. Hashirama had a flash of inspiration, stood up with a serious face, and seemed as though his entire body was on fire. I have already asked Mokuma, the son of Hashirama, could not find him online, took it from another fanfiction, too lazy to make up a name myself, to guide Lily, so do not even think about going anywhere today. Stay right here honestly for me. Ah. Hearing this, Hashirama lost all his vitality as if he had just watched Boruto, slumping limply in his chair. Tobirama. Let us make Madara the second Hokage. Go to hell. Uchiha clan compound. Madara looked tiredly at the news sent back by his clansmen. They had already searched the entire land of fire, yet there was no news of the Holy Grail at all. Could it be in another country? Or could it be that the Holy Grail does not exist at all? Transitioning for 2 chapters now, just going through some daily life stuff. Time flies and never returns, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 spring and summer seasons had passed. 2 years passed, and 7-year-old Artoria already possessed the strength of an elite Chunin, coming very close to a Jonin. She had also spent 50,000 mall coins to purchase Galatine. The biggest surprise of these past 2 years was that the next item unlocked in the system mall was the Heart of the Red Dragon, and it only required 500,000 mall coins. Through her accumulation over the past 2 years, she already had 440,000 mall coins, just one final step away. Brother system, show me my character panel. Name, Artoria. Age, 7. Height, 1.25 meters. Ninjutsu, D plus 899 5000ths. Taijutsu, C 13,965 25,000ths. Genjutsu, D 882 1000ths. Chakra, C 6,455 25,000ths. Noble Phantasm, Wind King Barrier Level 5 C 19,525,000ths. Mall Coins, 465,780. Evaluation, Elite Chunin. Even with the system, and even with hard work, she had only advanced to an Elite Chunin in 2 years, showing that Artoria's talent was truly quite poor. But, as long as she had the Heart of the Red Dragon, none of that would matter anymore. With it, she would no longer be immortal, and she would no longer be tainted by worldly desires and emotions in the slightest. Therefore, in order to avoid being a mere mortal, she diligently worked on missions every day now. Today, Artoria picked up her once-a-month C-rank mission. This mission was bizarrely simple. Past C-rank missions either involved swinging a sword 10,000 times within 5 hours, or running 25,000 meters within 2 hours without using chakra. But this one, C-rank mission, unexpected surprise. Content. None, simply get through today. Reward. 2,000 free points, 8,000 mall coins. Is everyone ready? Hashirama looked solemnly at the people in front of him. Don't worry, dear, we will definitely give Lily-chan an unforgettable birthday. Mito responded with a chuckle, an inexplicable flame igniting on her body. It just goes to show that people who sleep in the same bed are cut from the same cloth. Rest assured, Lord Hashirama, we will definitely cooperate fully. Perhaps because there were too many souls of Chunibyo present, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt like he had been infected too, and he started burning with passion as well. That's right, we will all cooperate, right, Teacher Tobarama? Akamichi Torafu asked with a grin. Tobarama's cheek twitched a few times, he still wasn't quite used to the occasion and atmosphere, which felt like a gathering of Chunibyo. Boring, Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave. After walking a few steps and seeing that no one called him back, he had no choice but to throw out without looking back. What time does it start? Ha 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 ha, Madara, you're still so tsunere, ha 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 ha. Shut up. Fool Hashirama. Time. 8 p.m. Location. A plain a few kilometers outside of Konoha village, surrounded by several small wooden hills. Characters. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mito, Senju Tobarama, Senju Mokuma, Hashirama's son, Senju Ryoko, Hashirama's daughter-in-law, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Kagami, Akamichi Torafu, Danzo Shimura, Udatane Kaharu, Homura Mitokado, and today's protagonist, Artoria. Teacher Hashirama, why did you guys bring me here? Artoria asked, puzzled. Haha, of course to give you a surprise. Hashirama rubbed the back of his head and gave a thumbs up without hesitation, flashing 2 rows of gleaming teeth as he spoke. A surprise. Artoria looked around. There was nothing else around except for a few small wooden hills of various sizes. Ah, this. Could it be? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Naruto. Type Moon System, and the Face of the Warrior. Part 2. Hashirama chuckled and clapped his hands together, shattering the small wooden mountains into several pieces, leaving only the largest wooden mountain. Gradually, huge, vibrant flowers broke through the soil and grew rapidly. Is it really like this? Suddenly, Artoria keenly noticed bright spots of light flying out from the flowers. Gradually, more and more fireflies flew in groups across the night sky, resembling a river of stars and a long array of lanterns. In the quiet night, with colorful flowers ahead, accompanied by specks of fluorescent light, and family and friends all around, this was the most wonderful night Artoria could imagine, and the one she was currently experiencing. Unknowingly, Artoria's eyes reddened, but she stubbornly held back her tears without crying out. Over the past 2 years, she had taken Artoria as her standard to act as a knight, abiding by the 8 virtues and 9 codes, so no matter what, she would not cry in front of people again. You guys. Artoria looked at Hashirama, her voice somewhat choked with emotion. Hashirama shook his head and made a gesture for silence. Seeing that Artoria obediently quieted down and looked at him in confusion, he then clapped his hands together. In an instant, the ground surged, and then green tender shoots broke through the soil, growing, towering, and finally blooming into pure white lily flowers. The white sea of flowers stretched endlessly to the horizon. A gentle breeze blew, causing white waves to surge, and white petals danced in the wind, combining with the specks of fluorescent light to form an incomparably stunning view. Hashirama touched his nose with a hint of pride looking at his own masterpiece. To make everyone feel involved, everyone specially searched for countless lily seeds, which Hashirama ultimately accelerated to bloom and fruit rapidly. For the god of shinobi who possessed wood release, such a matter was not particularly difficult. Stop daydreaming and get to work. Madara glanced at him indifferently, and without waiting for Hashirama's response, vanished on the spot with a body flicker technique. Wait for me, Madara. Quote. Artoria, still feeling moved, looked at Tobarama and Mito with a baffled expression upon seeing the two behave this way. Deijobu yo tilde Lily just needs to wait and watch the show. Mito gently stroked Artoria's head, feeling a pang of heartache as she looked at this little girl. As the only disciple of the first Hokage, not to mention the pressure Lily would have to bear in the future, Mito was a witness to the pressure she was currently under. Training for over a dozen hours every day, and running that casino to keep her teacher happy, her daily sleep time did not exceed 5 hours. This amount of sleep was even less than most children during the Sengoku era. Perhaps she also didn't want to disappoint her teacher, which was why she worked so hard. She knew how pure and upright Lily's character was, she had always known. Although Tobirama constantly talked about how naughty Lily was at the age of 5 and how she retaliated against Danzo who picked a bone with her, the things Lily had done over the past 2 years should never be overshadowed by a trivial childhood incident. Besides, it was Danzo's fault to begin with, and if it were her, she would have retaliated as well. Moreover, because of Lily's talent, strength, unselfish deeds, and humble and courteous words and actions, she was affectionately called the Little Knight of Konoha by the people in the village. Therefore, it wasn't just Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara. Right now, what you carry on your shoulders are the expectations of the entire village. Lily, have you thought about how to respond to this heavy expectation? Mito Shisho. Look quickly. It's an upward moving shooting star. Artoria pointed excitedly at the miracle happening before her eyes. Shisho is watching. Mito patted Artoria's little head and looked in the direction Artoria was pointing. The gorgeous fireball was like a shooting star flowing in reverse, its fiery red tail flame hanging long in midair, gradually dissipating bit by bit. Make a wish quickly, Lily. Ryoko Senju placed her hand on Artoria's shoulder and said gently. That's right, Lily, make a wish quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi squeezed over unwilling to be left out, striking a pose he thought was cool as he spoke. Artoria glanced around, seeing that all the elders and companions around her were looking at her encouragingly, urging her to make a wish. Come to think of it, this isn't even a real shooting star. Could this be a sense of ritual in the ninja world? However, Artoria still obediently lowered her head, pressed her hands together with her fingers interlocked, and silently made a wish. May the rest of the lives of those I love and those who love me be peaceful, joyful, and free from illness and disaster. After a long while, Artoria put her hands down, her eyebrows curving slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitching upward in a smile. Everyone I love is right here. Lily, Lily. What wish did you make? I can't tell Kaharu this, oh. If Lily won't tell Kaharu, then you can tell Shisho, right? That's right, tell Sister Ryoko. If Lily says it out, I'll marry Tsunade off to you, oh. Sister Ryoko. In the distance, a figure with spiky black hair stood in the hand of a giant wooden man, silently watching a huge wooden ball wrapped in flames. Bizarrely, that wooden ball was ascending upward. Atop the wooden man's head also stood a man with his hands on his hips, laughing wildly. That man was looking happily at the wooden ball, continuously muttering, as expected of Madara-da, and, my combination with Madara is simply invincible, ha 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 ha. Enough, stop laughing, you're an absolute idiot. Cancel the technique quickly and let's go. Madara looked at Hashirama with a face full of disgust and said. Oh. Hashirama clapped his hands together aggrievedly. In an instant, the wooden ball in the sky shattered with a boom, and the flames lacking the wooden ball could only overflow downwards, just like a miniature version of fireworks. After finishing all this, Hashirama conveniently dismissed the wooden man as well, and then chased right after Madara's retreating figure. Wait for me. Thanks to that streak of fireworks in the sky, only after finishing her wish did Artoria notice that everyone had more or less dirt on their trouser legs and sleeves. It must have been left behind when planting the flower seeds. Soon, the two of them returned. Teacher, Lord Madara. Artoria called out softly and then lowered her head. Lily, were you happy tonight, Tilda? Hashirama lowered his head and asked with a grin. Happy. Artoria said very earnestly. Or rather, this was the best birthday party in the entire ninja world in her heart. Yosh. Then let's move on to the next item. There's actually more. Of course, the gifts haven't even been handed out yet. Hashirama replied matter-of-factly, then clapped his hands together. The largest wooden mountain split open in response, revealing the dazzling array of gift boxes inside. Lily, do you want to unwrap them now? Hashirama scratched his head and asked casually. He didn't particularly mind, but his wife's gaze clearly wanted to see Lily moved to tears. What a maliciously playful oddball. But I like it, hee hee. No, I'll unwrap them when I get home. Is that so, but. No, teacher, please make sure to let me take them back to unwrap. That earnest little face. Alright. Hashirama compromised at the speed of light, angering a group of allies to tears. Then let's eat cake. Hashirama recovered his smiling face and cheerfully proposed. Sorry, Hashirama, I need to head back to the clan first. Madara said. Alright. Hashirama compromised yet again. Madara nodded and strode away. Before leaving, he even gave Artoria an apologetic look. Come, let our birthday star cut the cake. On the plain beside the sea of flowers were Hashirama's cheerful laughter and shouts. Behind Hashirama was a pair of envious eyes. When can I rightfully stand by Lily's side? Uchiha clan compound. Madara looked excitedly at the report in his hand. It clearly stated that the Holy Grail had once appeared in the Land of Iron. Good, very good. Izuna, wait for older brother. Soon, very soon older brother will be able to. Hokage-sama, this is news from the border. 3 days ago, the Nine-Tailed suddenly appeared at the border of the Land of Fire. 3 scouting ninja went to investigate and were heavily injured by the Nine-Tailed, and one of them died of his injuries, said military advisor Nara Rokuta, opening a pair of dead fish eyes, but his tone was very solemn. The purpose of the Nine-Tailed is currently unclear, but Hokage-sama, we must not simply leave it be. Furthermore, intelligence has also come from the Land of Wind. For unknown reasons, the Ikibi has gone on a rampage, causing countless casualties in the hidden sand village. Tailed beasts. Hashirama rubbed his temples with a headache. Just how strong the Nine-Tailed was, he wasn't quite sure, so he also didn't know if he could beat it. However, judging from the intelligence passed down through generations of his family and the rumors in the ninja world, the Nine-Tailed was very strong, terrifyingly strong, and there was no doubt about that. More importantly, there were 9 such monsters. Although rumor had it that the other tailed beasts were far less powerful than the Nine-Tailed, they were still massive threats. If they weren't brought under control, no one could say when they might threaten the ninja world. Take right now, for example. Go call Tobirama and Madara over, I have something to discuss with them. With a headache, Hashirama waved a large hand, intending to toss the problem away. He himself only needed to be responsible for killing and killing and killing. Yes, please wait a moment, Hokage-sama. Watching Nara Rokuta walk out the door, Hashirama finally let out a helpless sigh. Being the Hokage was just too tiring, he had to deal with official documents and also fight and kill. Why on earth was Tobirama unwilling to agree to let Madara succeed him? Could it be that he wanted to become the second Hokage himself? After thinking about it, he felt it was impossible. It wasn't like he hadn't proposed letting him be Hokage so that he himself could have it easy, but it had been vetoed by him. Madara couldn't do it, and Tobirama couldn't either. Ototo, you are playing with fire. Soon, Madara and Tobirama arrived at the Hokage office one after another. After hearing Hashirama's description, both of their faces turned solemn. Tobirama, those evil-tailed beasts have given Big Brother an excuse to go out and play again. Madara, fool-tailed beasts. Why does it have to be right now? My holy grail. My Izuna. Madara, Tobirama, do you two have any solutions? With that, Hashirama looked hopefully at Tobirama. He had marked the locations of all 9-tailed beasts, not just because he was afraid they would wreak havoc in the ninja world, but actually also partly because he wanted to go out and play a bit longer. I suggest that you and Madara set out together, Big Brother, and capture and seal all 9-tailed beasts. What else could he do? Even if Big Brother harbored selfish motives, Tobirama had to admit that Big Brother's considerations were correct. Tailed beasts were different from people, whatever they did depended entirely on their mood. Truth be told, in Tobirama's heart, the threat posed by tailed beasts was not much smaller than that of the Uchiha clan. I want the 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails, Madara said indifferently. The reason for choosing these 4 was very simple. The 4-tailed beasts were either in the Land of Iron or in countries near the Land of Iron, so they wouldn't conflict much with his own objectives. Yosh, then I'll handle the rest. Konoha will be left in Tobirama's care for these next few days, Hashirama said solemnly to Tobirama. Tobirama curled his lip. Which day wasn't it him helping process the official business? Ever since becoming Hokage, Hashirama still snuck out to gamble every other day, leaving all governmental affairs to him. Thoughts aside, Tobirama still obediently nodded. In front of Madara, Tobirama rationally chose to save some face for Big Brother. When are you setting out? Tobirama asked. Tomorrow, I suppose. Along the way, I can also say goodbye to Mito, Mokuma, Ryoko, and Lily, Hashirama replied after rubbing his chin and pondering for a moment. Although he really wanted to go out and play today, go out and deal with the tailed beasts, saying goodbye to his family was also very important, after all. Very well, then make sure you properly handled today's governmental affairs, Big Brother. Tobarama was very gratified. Big Brother had finally grown up and was no longer that Big Brother who only knew how to play. Ganbat, Tobarama patted Hashirama's shoulder with a face full of gratification, and then disappeared on the spot using the Flying Thunder God. Madara. Seeing Tobarama run away, Hashirama had no choice but to turn his gaze toward Madara, but where was there any trace of Madara in front of him? After a bout of impotent rage, Hashirama could only shed noodle-like tears and honestly process official business, planning to go splurge at his little disciple's casino after finishing. Achoo! Who is cursing me behind my back? Ire rubbed his nose in confusion, and after pondering for half a day without coming to any conclusion, he could only dejectedly continue the training he had left unfinished just moments before. The next day, Konoha's two big shots left the village one after another, embarking on a journey to save the world. Before leaving, Hashirama asked Tobarama to keep AR by his side to learn how to handle official business and how to be a Hokage. Tobarama readily agreed to this suggestion. Since the teacher had said so, AR, as a disciple, naturally. AR. Did any of you even ask for my opinion? Just like that, R's fate was arranged. On the first day, AR accepted a D-rank mission to take care of Konoha's lonely elderly people. Taking good care of one elderly person rewarded 500 mall coins. In the end, AR took care of 4 elderly people simultaneously, received favorable reviews from them, and earned 2,000 mall coins. After finishing the mission, AR began his daily 5-hour taijutsu training. After the training ended, an expressionless Senju Tobarama teleported to R's house right on time, placing a hand on his shoulder before AR could even ask. The next instant, the figures of the two appeared in the Hokage office. Upon reaching the destination, Tobarama naturally sat down in the Hokage's chair and gestured for AR to bring a chair over as well. AR obediently brought a chair over and sat down. Under Tobarama's signal, he earnestly observed the other party's methods and ways of handling official business. After observing, he was routinely invited by Hiruzen Sarutobi, but AR sternly refused, stating, "How can you have the nerve not to train at your age?" Days passed one by one. On the second day, AR accepted a D-rank mission. After training, he was once again grabbed by Tobarama on time. After studying, he was invited on a date by Sarutobi, and AR refused. On the third day. On the fourth day. Until the seventh day. After finishing his training, AR was once again dragged to the office by Tobarama right on time to observe Tobarama handling official business. The more he watched, the more serious he became, and the more engrossed he got. Gradually, AR frowned. Tobarama's handling methods could not be said to be bad, but his hardline approach somewhat clashed with R's own views. Say whatever you want to say. Don't bottle everything up inside, Tobarama said without raising his head as his brush flew across the paper. Lord Tobarama, why do you want to establish the Uchiha military police force, and why build the military police force and the prison together? AR asked quizzically. I don't plan on establishing the military police force yet, this is just an idea. Tobarama shook his head and said with a bit of a headache. Uchiha Madara and Anija were not dead yet. How could he dare to establish the military police force? Then, why do you have this idea? AR didn't plan to let him off, a trace of resentment in his tone. Lily, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Tobarama did not directly respond to AR, instead asking him an inexplicable question in return. Very powerful, and they seem to value emotions a lot. After thinking earnestly for a moment, AR gave his answer. After all, being a child, if he knew too much, Tobarama would definitely be suspicious. Yes, powerful and affectionate. Such a Uchiha clan seems more suited to that title than the Senju clan, which claims to represent love. However, the Uchiha are actually a cursed clan. Once someone important dies, their bloodline limit, the Sharingan, will evolve all the way to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama glanced at AR, and seeing that he seemed to be digesting the information, he quietly waited. Knowing that AR had seemingly digested it, he continued speaking. Moreover, not long after Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, died, Madara's nearly blind eyes recovered as before and even became stronger. I have reason to suspect that Madara's eyes being able to evolve once more has an inseparable connection to his younger brother Izuna. How is this possible? AR looked at Tobirama in disbelief, his holy azure eyes filled with confusion and shock. Lord Madara, although I haven't interacted with his younger brother, it's not hard to tell from Lord Madara's occasional remarks that he truly, deeply loved his younger brother. After digesting it for a moment, AR seemed to calm down and rationally retorted. Yes, Madara truly loves his younger brother, but he also has his ideals, and Uchiha Izuna also deeply loved his older brother. Seeing his invincible older brother going blind, it is not very hard to understand whatever a heavily injured him might do. Tobirama's index finger rhythmically tapped against the desk as he analyzed rationally. Uchiha Madara is just an example. What I want to say is that the Uchiha clan is extremely powerful and very difficult to control. Marginalizing them is the best choice. No, Lord Tobirama, you are wrong. What? Tobirama frowned and looked at AR in puzzlement. No matter what kind of flaws they have, they are a founding major clan that established Konoha together with the Senju clan. Since that is the case, they are comrades to whom we can entrust our lives. AR looked earnestly at Tobirama and continued. If we suppress them repeatedly and even marginalize them, it will not only chill the hearts of the Uchiha, but also the hearts of all the major clans that joined later. Think about it from another perspective. If we can suppress even the Uchiha, one of the two founding major clans, then what other clan cannot be suppressed? What you say does make sense, but the Uchiha's personality is right there. As a Hokage, what will you do if a problem arises with the Uchiha in your hands in the future? Tobirama asked sternly with a frown. AR took a step forward with a smile on his face, just like a noble knight, and proclaimed loudly. The shadow approves, the shadow permits, the shadow bears the entire world. No matter what happens to the Uchiha in the future, as long as they do not betray the village, I will bear the consequences all by myself. Good. As soon as the words fell, the door of the Hokage office was kicked open, revealing a solemn middle-aged long straight black-haired figure, closely followed by a tall middle-aged spiky black-haired figure. Tobirama, your prejudice against the Uchiha is too deep. Hashirama slammed both hands heavily on the desk, the anger mixed in his tone making even the unrelated AR feel a chill down his spine. So an honest person getting angry was this terrifying. Madara at the side ignored Tobirama, instead looking gently at AR. This expression was rare to see normally, perhaps R's words just now had moved him. Older brother, I have said this question many times already, Tobirama. Older brother knows that you have a deep prejudice against the Uchiha, and I also know your reasons for being this way toward them because of Kawurama, Idama, and all the fallen clansmen. Older brother knows all of this. Tobirama's expression darkened. The deaths of his two younger brothers, Kawurama and Idama, and the deaths of countless clansmen indeed made it difficult for Tobirama to let go. However, his prejudice against the Uchiha ran this deep for reasons far beyond just these. Because of the characteristic traits of the Sengoku era, Tobirama knew that a clansman who was laughing and joking with you the second before might become a ghost under an enemy's blade the next second. Therefore, regarding this point, it could be said he resented the Uchiha, but in reality, he hated that era even more. What truly made him unable to stand the Uchiha was indeed, as he said, their eye-awakening mechanism and their madness regarding love. He truly, genuinely did not want the village founded by his own elder brother to ultimately perish at the hands of some Uchiha driven by love to hatred. Older brother. Tobirama, the Uchiha clan who joined Konoha are just like you. They also carry a sea of blood and deep grudges on their backs, and Madara is the same. They have all let it go, willing to reconcile with us and pioneer a new era. Why are you still living in the past? Hashirama's eye rims turned red as he pressed his hand firmly onto Tobirama's shoulder. Older brother, how come you guys came back so early? Changing the topic, this was one of Tobarama's tactics when facing his elder brother. In most situations, he only needed to use the first move, which was roaring back. It was only in rare cases that he would use this move. Hashirama sighed, understanding Tobarama's meaning. His younger brother still needed to think for a while longer before coming out of it, and as an older brother, it really wasn't good to pressure him too tightly. Thus, he forced a smile and said relaxedly, both Madara and I completed our missions on the third day. On the fourth day, we regrouped, played for 2 days, and rushed back. A total of 7 days, and they even played for 2 days, plus 2 days of travel. You guys only spent a total of 3 days fighting the tailed beasts. Are you giving the tailed beasts so little face? With you guys acting like this, I, Kurama, have no dignity at all. AR sighed, as if he saw a true several thousand hands, grabbing a tailed beast with one hand, while the remaining hands could be used as mascots. What a sin, why on earth did you guys have to go and provoke these two grandpas? Anija, where did you put the tailed beasts, and how did you place them? Tobarama paced leisurely, asking unhurriedly. I put all the tailed beasts in the land of whirlpools and had the Uzumaki patriarch seal them all. Before leaving, for fear that they might break through the seals, I also left a true several hundred hands there, controlling them one by one with a hand each. Barring any accidents, there shouldn't be any problems. Speaking of which, Hashirama felt thirsty, picked up a cup of tea brewed by Tobarama, and drank it all in one gulp. That's good. Then, Anija, how do you plan to dispose of these tailed beasts? Seeing Hashirama stammering and refusing to speak up, Tobarama narrowed his eyes dangerously. Madara, who had been silent on the side, had no choice but to speak up. Hashirama plans to give Ikibi through the 8 tails to the other major nations. Tobarama's brow twitched, hard-pressed to believe his own ears, but after a few deep breaths, he managed to steady his emotions. How much do you plan to sell them for? Tobarama forced a smile, making up his mind that if Hashirama dared to sell them at a low price later, he would drag him to their old man's grave and finish him off. Giving them away for free. Hashirama inexplicably shivered, but with his younger brother right in front of him, he had to forcefully suppress his discomfort and spoke tremblingly. What did you say? Tobarama widened his eyes in disbelief, somewhat reluctant to believe that the brain-dead humanoid in front of him was his own older brother. But on second thought, only his own biological brother could be this stupid, which actually calmed him down quite a bit. Giving them away for free won't do, they must be sold for money. Shut up. Rubbing his temples with a headache, Tobarama felt his intolerance for stupidity acting up. If this guy weren't his biological brother, he would have long since thrown him out. Seeing that Tobarama was ignoring him, Hashirama had no choice but to cast a pitiful gaze toward Madara. Madara rolled his eyes and directly ignored Hashirama. Lily Tilda. Artoria, who had been lurking quietly, got goosebumps from the first Hokage's cutesy, squeaky voice. Hashirama-sensei, please don't look at me with that kind of gaze. There is nothing I can do either. Artoria glanced awkwardly towards Tobarama a couple of times, indicating that she was also powerless. Alright then, in that case, I, Madara, and Lily will go together. After struggling to no avail, Hashirama had no choice but to give up and proposed a fairly reasonable suggestion. Hearing Hashirama's proposal, Tobarama thought it over carefully and finally decided to do as Hashirama said. Originally, he wanted himself and Hashirama to go, but he wasn't too reassured leaving Madara alone in Konoha. It wouldn't matter if Hashirama and Madara went out together anyway, since Madara couldn't beat Anija anyway. As for Lily, she indeed needed to experience these kinds of occasions. Although Anija couldn't serve as a positive role model, serving as a negative example wasn't bad either. No, I don't. Hearing this, Artoria immediately became unhappy. She still wanted to train in the village so she could break through to Jonin sooner. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a hidden mission, First 5-Cage Summit. Content. Accompany the first Hokage to the 5-Cage Summit and sell the tailed beasts at a high price. Rewards. 800 free points, 8,000 store coins, Artoria Lancer trial card times 3. These rewards. Free points go without saying. She currently had 477k store coins, and with these 8,000, she only needed to save another 15k to exchange for the heart of the red dragon. And there was also Lancer Saberface. What more was there to say about this Saberface who understood people's hearts? Her strength with Rongomyniad was beyond question. Whether she could beat the Sengoku duo was unclear, but dealing with the other cages shouldn't be much of a problem. You're not going. A trace of regret flashed in Tobarama's eyes. He originally wanted Lily to go broaden her horizons. But if she was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. No, 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 please be sure to forget what just happened. I was just too excited. Actually, what I wanted to say is that there's no way I won't go. Artoria said with a completely serious expression. All right then. Land of Earth. Huh. The Hokage wants to invite us to the Land of Iron. The one speaking was Ishikawa, who had just learned from Hashirama to report and register with the daimyo, becoming the first Tsuchikage. Ishikawa was currently looking at the invitation letter in front of him with an unhappy expression, while also somewhat unsure whether this invitation might be a trap. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The Hokage-sama also stated in the letter that the purpose of this invitation to us is to evenly divide the tailed beasts, while simultaneously signing a non-aggression pact among the nations. The future second Tsuchikage, Mu, respectfully summarized for Ishikawa. Evenly divide the tailed beasts, and a non-aggression pact. What on earth is that old fool of a Hokage trying to do? Ishikawa sat cross-legged in midair, his two eyes narrowing dangerously. He simply didn't believe that someone who could reach the position of Kage and possessed such formidable strength would be some kind of obedient child or reckless hothead. In his view, the Hokage's ambition was definitely not small, yet for the moment he couldn't figure out what the Hokage was really plotting. Lord Tsuchikage, then are we going? Go, why wouldn't we go? I want to see what the Hokage actually wants to do. A sharp glint flashed through Ishikawa's eyes. Land of Lightning. The burly first Raikage, unhappily threw away the invitation letter and roared loudly. Get everything ready for me. We set off tomorrow for the Land of Iron. Yes, Lord Raikage. The future second Raikage roared back with full breath. Land of Water. The first Mizukage, Byakuran, gave the invitation letter an indifferent glance before tossing it aside casually. He then ordered someone to fetch the future third Mizukage, he honestly couldn't find out what his name was, and set off for the Land of Iron early tomorrow morning. Land of Wind. The first Kage, Reto, angrily tore the invitation letter into pieces. Fool Senju Hashirama. Fool Uchiha Madara. You stole my tailed beast, and stealing it was one thing, but after stealing it, you act like good guys and distribute my tailed beast back to me. I hate this. Kuso. Fool Senju Hashirama. Fool Uchiha Madara. All of you, go to hell. Lord Kage, then are we still going? Asked the man with a dragon tattooed on his head nearby cautiously after watching the spectacle. Go. Why wouldn't we go? If we don't go, the other four nations will all have tailed beasts while only we won't. Then what future would our Sunagakur have? Reto gritted his teeth and shattered the desk with a single palm strike. Understood, Lord Kage. I will give the orders right away. The dragon-tattooed man, the future second Kage, shaman, bowed respectfully and withdrew from the office. Bang! Seeing that there was no one left in the office, Reto angrily began smashing things. Fool the Hokage. I hate this. Konoha Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked aimlessly down the main street. AR had already left the village 6 hours ago, and hadn't even looked for him before leaving. Even as confident as Hiruzen Sarutobi was, he didn't dare confidently say that AR simply hadn't agreed to him because she was shy. Bang! Ouch! 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 Having bumped into something, Hiruzen Sarutobi squatted on the ground in pain, having no time left to think about his beloved AR. Are you alright? Hearing the voice, Hiruzen Sarutobi covered his head and looked up. The person who had come was a cute brown-haired young girl who looked to be around 10 years old. The girl's face was full of worry, though it was unclear whether she was worried about Hiruzen Sarutobi or whether the shop door knocked into by Hiruzen Sarutobi could still be used. I'm fine, Hiruzen Sarutobi stammered in response, his eyes somewhat restlessly sizing the young girl up and down. That's good, that's good. Then if you're fine, could you please get up? Sitting in front of my family's shop like this makes it hard for me to open for business. The girl gently pulled Hiruzen Sarutobi up, yet spoke words that shattered Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Mom, my heart hurts so much, woo woo woo. As expected, Lily is still the best. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked away dejectedly. Before leaving, he glanced at the gentle girl's shop name. Matsugumi Florist. After thinking for a moment, he walked back. How much is this flower? Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed at a white rose. 1 ryo each, oh customer tilde. The girl, who had been somewhat unhappy when she saw him walk back, quickly put on a gentle smile upon seeing that he wanted to buy something. Give me 2. Your flowers, that'll be 2 ryo. Thank you. Taking the flowers, Hiruzen Sarutobi walked aimlessly down the street again, white petals occasionally falling from his hands. Lily likes me. Lily doesn't like me. Lily likes me. Lily. Does Lily actually like me or not? My tilde isn't this Hiruzen. It's only been a few days, how did you end up looking like this? That familiar tone of a schadenfreude-loving troll startled Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly turned his head mechanically, and sure enough, it was that red head. Lord Mito, good day. Hey, Hiruzen, this, rose in your hand. Who is it for? Uzumaki Mito asked uncertainly, pointing at the rose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand that had only 2 petals left. I wasn't planning to give it to anyone, I picked it up by the roadside. Tilde. You actually picked it up. Then could it be that I was just hearing things earlier? Uzumaki Mito smiled radiantly, completely ignoring the other person's stiffened face. Why you, what did you hear? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked tentatively. What if she was just bluffing him? What did I hear? Let me think tilde probably. Uzumaki Mito smiled more and more brilliantly, while Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly terrified and uneasy. Lily likes me. Lily doesn't like me. Lily likes me. Lily. Don't say any more, ah. Hiruzen Sarutobi rolled around wildly on the ground in shame, trying to amplify his voice to numb himself and make himself forget these things. Unfortunately, some people are born demons. Lily. Does Lily actually like me or not tilde ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Mito bent down with a beaming smile, making it easier for a certain monkey to hear more clearly. Ah. I can't hear anything, ah. Deeply feeling that he had suffered unprecedented humiliation, Hiruzen Sarutobi shamefully covered his ears and twisted his body frantically on the main street, drawing numerous villagers to stop and watch. Running away is useless, oh. Little monkey. If you love her, you have to say it out loud. Uzumaki Mito pulled away Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands that were covering his ears with a righteous expression, loudly stating her point of view. I did say it, but Lily isn't planning to agree at all. She really seems to have no feelings for me, Hiruzen Sarutobi wailed aggrievedly to Uzumaki Mito. If AR were here, he would definitely say, that's right, I really don't have any feelings at all. Maybe you could try catering to her preferences. Chasing a girl naturally starts from the other person's interests. Uzumaki Mito pinched her chin and offered her suggestion. For example, Lord Mito. For the sake of AR, Hiruzen Sarutobi put aside his shame and prepared to humbly seek advice. Lily seems to have opened a casino. Mito said somewhat uncertainly, recalling that her husband seemed to often go to Lily's casino to gamble. To be able to have the first cage of the 5 great nations gather together like this to hold the 5-cage summit, I really. Hashirama's face flushed slightly as he looked emotionally at everyone present. Bang! Madara watched with a dark, livid face as Hashirama smashed his head straight down onto the table. Get up already. Don't you have any sense of shame? But I'm just too happy. Hashirama raised his head, still with noodle-like tears hanging on his face, which gave Madara a creepy, chilled feeling. Who cares about that? Get up right now. Madara angrily struck a heavy blow on Hashirama's head. After taking the hit, Hashirama, with his noodle-like tears still hanging, looked even more aggrieved. Artoria, who was slacking off on the side, watched this farce with dark lines all over her face. This isn't your home, hey. There are other cages here. Can you please mind your influence? Sure enough, seeing the two of them fooling around and bickering as if completely ignoring them, the faces of the other 4 cages turned black. Lord Hokage, we came here to discuss serious matters, not to watch you play and bicker. Please, Lord Hokage, do not treat major affairs between nations as child's play. Although the expressions of the other three cages looked unpleasant, they held it in. However, the first cage Reto, who had a hasty temper and felt he had deep, irreconcilable grudges against the Hokage, jumped straight out. Such behavior was commendable in its courage, but the next second he was locked onto by Madara's killing intent. How should one describe this feeling? It was as if in a gloomy, damp slaughterhouse, the cage was a slaughter-ready pig, while Madara was a butcher brandishing a cleaver and honing his knife toward the cage. If he wanted to, he could take the cage's life at any moment. Madara. Hashirama softly called out to Madara. Although unhappy, Madara let out a hum and withdrew his aura. Meanwhile, the cage, having narrowly escaped death, could only gasp heavily for breath, his cage robe seemingly drenched in cold sweat. Haha, well, let's discuss the matter of the tailed beasts first. Do any of you have a favorite tailed beast in mind? We can, sell them to you. Hashirama scratched his head and laughed loudly, trying to ease the atmosphere at the scene. He originally wanted to say they would give them away for free, but unfortunately, he was stopped by Madara's glare. Unlike the original work, in the original work Hashirama wanted to use tailed beasts as a condition to lure the other four nations into signing the five-nation treaty. But now, because Madara was present at the negotiation site, the distribution of the tailed beasts and the five-nation treaty became two unrelated matters. What? You say if you don't get a tailed beast for free, you won't sign. Take a look at that spiky-haired guy before you speak. Do you want to dance with Madara too? Touch your little heart and ask yourself if you are really that brave. 10 billion for one tailed beast. Can everyone accept this price? Hashirama tentatively quoted a price. This price was set by Tobirama. He wasn't sure if setting this price for a tailed beast was reasonable or not. Of course, Tobirama didn't know either. Selling tailed beasts was a maiden's first time riding a bridal sedan chair, an absolute first for the entire ninja world since the Six-Path Sage passed away. The various cages silently looked at Hashirama's cautious appearance, Madara's face coldly glaring at them, and the little loli following behind the two who was trying hard to pretend to listen attentively while her eyes curiously looked at everyone. From their expressions, it wasn't hard to tell that Hashirama belonged to the type who would lower the price if you weren't satisfied, while Madara belonged to the type who would beat you until you were satisfied if you weren't satisfied. Yet none of them could actually defeat the two. Who didn't know the mighty reputation of the twin heroes of the Sengoku era? The cage only dared to talk big because Hashirama was around. If only Madara were present, try letting him talk big and see what happens. To a certain extent, Madara's name was even more deterrent than Hashirama's, even by a lot. After a moment of silence, everyone spoke up one after another. I have no objections. I have no objections either. This old man has no objections either. Me too. That's good, that's good. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Hashirama finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Madara by his side curled his lips in regret. Then the five-nation treaty. No objections, no objections. We will listen entirely to Lord Hokage. +1. Me too. Hashirama was dumbfounded. Could things really go this smoothly? As expected, there were still many good people in this world who loved peace. Hashirama couldn't help sighing in his heart, tears of emotion streaming from his eyes. Madara imperceptibly moved 2 steps to the side, and Artoria also silently gave Hashirama a look of disgust. Does anyone have a favorite tailed beast in mind? Aside from the 9-tailed, choose whatever you like. This old man wants the 3 tails. It matches my land of water very well and rightfully belongs as the tailed beast of my land of water. The 6 tails is also quite good. I want the 8 tails and 2 tails. I want the Ikibi. It matches my land of wind very well and is very suitable for our Sunagaker. Then I'll take the 4 tails and 5 tails. Does no one want the 7 tails? Lord Cage, how about you guys buy another one? Hearing this, first Cage Reto was indeed somewhat tempted, but he knew the sealing jutsu of their village well enough. Sealing even the Ikibi was already pushing it, how could they possibly handle the 7 tails? They couldn't handle it, they really couldn't handle it. No thanks. Reto waved his hand helplessly, expressing that they only liked the Ikibi and that they were a devoted village. Alright. Facing these pure love warriors, Hashirama had no choice but to give up helplessly, because they and Konoha were also pure love warriors, and they only had one nine-tailed. The talks on Hashirama's side proceeded smoothly, and a familiar prompt tone successfully echoed in Artoria's mind in the corner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden task, the first 5-cage summit. Rewards: 800 free points, 8,000 mall coins, Artoria Lancer trial card times 3. Name: Artoria. Age: 7 feet. Height: 1.26 meters. Ninjutsu: D plus 933 5,000ths. Taijutsu: C 15,365 25,000ths. Genjutsu: D 925 1,000ths. Chakra: C 6,658 25,000ths. Noble Phantasm: Wind King Barrier Level 5 C 20,858 25,000ths. Mall Coins: 491,088 feet. Evaluation: Elite Chunin. Almost there. Artoria looked at her stats, her eyes flickering continuously. At this speed, she had confidence of being promoted to Jonin within half a year. A Jonin under the age of 8, 4 years faster than Kakashi, this speed shouldn't have disgraced traversers, right? However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that she could use the superpower projector to project the Holy Grail, and then project command seals onto the hands of Madara, Hashirama, and Tobarama, explaining that the Holy Grail War would begin in half a year. That way, the two powerful thighs wouldn't end up one dead and one wounded. Thinking of this, Artoria took a moment to glance at Hashirama. Seeing that his negotiations were almost done, she then put away the system page. Projector, activate. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed drastically. Dense golden light spots filled the entire ninja world, and a huge golden phantom of the Holy Grail slowly revealed itself from the sky. This extraordinary natural phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the ninja world. This is. Hashirama looked in shock at the anomaly in the sky. The Holy Grail. Madara roared in a low, ferocious voice. Ah, The appearance of the Holy Grail here is so that the whole ninja world can see it. So don't dwell on these details, just treat it as the protagonist negotiating with the system to modify it. The emergence of the Holy Grail naturally sparked the attention of the entire ninja world. That is that the Holy Grail? The Holy Grail. I, Onoki, am claiming it. I'll make those fools pay. I'll make those fools call me Big Nose again. I want it so badly. With it, I can do whatever I want, ha ha ha. Does the poster above mean you can stop wearing pants? Xiao Mei. My Xiao Mei. Hee hee hee. Lily. My Lily. Hee hee hee. Land of Iron. Everyone tacitly stopped in their tracks, silently watching the turbulent, changing sky. They saw that the giant Holy Grail was surrounded by countless golden particles of light, densely packed. Without a closer look, one might even think they were ring after ring of planet-like Holy Grail rings. Gradually, the phantom of the Holy Grail solidified bit by bit, and the golden light particles surrounding it began to spread until they filled the entire ninja world. This is. Reto spoke somewhat hesitantly, clearly seeing from his line of sight that these light particles were descending at an extremely fast speed. Lord Cage, this should be the Holy Grail selecting those qualified to participate in the Holy Grail War, Shaman cautiously said. Of course I know, I was just testing you. Reto glared angrily at Shaman, causing Shaman to aggrievedly retreat back to his original position. Reto sighed inwardly. What is wrong with subordinates these days? You speak so loudly as if you're afraid they won't hear you. Couldn't you go to a corner with me and whisper our conspiracy? With you acting like this, not only does the intelligence leak, but I lose all my face too, you punk. After a scoff, Madara silently withdrew his gaze, then strode out of the house, afraid that these light particles wouldn't fall on him. The others followed suit, walking out of the house one after another. Even Al was no exception, after all, he was considered pre-selected. Drip. Drip. The light particles fell bit by bit onto everyone, and even the vast majority of people across the ninja world. It doesn't seem any different. Really, but it feels warm and so kimoji. Indeed, and even falling on clothes, the clothes didn't get wet at all. Wah, what the hell is this? The people of Iwagakure turned their heads to look, only to see a big-nosed brat who looked to be only in his teens. No wonder he looked so worldly, unpolished and jumpy. No, look everyone, on my hand. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, the big-nosed brat hurriedly showed the pattern on his hand to them. This is. Everyone unwillingly looked closer and saw that 3 strokes of a pattern had unexpectedly appeared on the big nose's hand. It's a command seal. The big-nosed brat blurted out, and then felt some strange information surface in his memory. Command seal. Heroic spirit. Holy Grail war. Etc., etc. Such a massive amount of information was transmitted in just a few seconds, making Onoki feel a splitting headache. The uncontrollable pain caused him to instinctively clutch his head and drop to his knees on the ground. Onoki, you punk, are you alright? Did someone use a genjutsu on him? Medical nin, is there a medical nin here? Quick, save this kid. Onoki. Are you still alive? If you're still alive, make a sound. Ha 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 ha. The Holy Grail. My wish can come true. I've been chosen. Ha 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 ha. After a while, amidst the concerned gazes of the crowd, Onoki straightened his body and laughed maniacally without stopping. Soon, he broke away from everyone's circle, staggering and running off like a madman, telling everyone he met that he had been chosen. Land of Fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi, another lucky fellow who also possessed a 3-stroke command seal on his hand, happily ran straight toward the Hokage building. Tobirama-sensei. I've been chosen. Ha 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 ha. Lily. My Lily. Ha 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 ha. Lily will be mine soon. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Hiccup. It hurts. Quiet down, you perverted monkey. Perhaps fearing it would ruin the village's appearance, Tobirama grabbed Hiruzen Sarutobi by the scruff with a dark face and left the scene with a crisp, decisive flying thunder god instantaneous movement. And on the hand holding Hiruzen Sarutobi, there were also 3-stroke command seals. Land of Iron. Al couldn't help but shiver. This feeling. It was as if he was being targeted by Cthulhu, terrifying, disgusting, and somewhat heart-palpitating. In short, anything that wasn't a good emotion was pretty much covered. I've been chosen too. Izuna. My Izuna. Brother can finally revive you. After digesting the information transmitted in his brain, Madara similarly couldn't restrain his emotions, grabbed Al from the side, and lifted him high up into the air. Madara. Lord Madara. I am about to faint. Sorry, I was too excited. Madara gave Al an apologetic look. Such an expression was something he would never have shown in the past, but today he was indeed far too excited. He only felt that for so many years, he had never been this close to Izuna. Madara. Were you chosen too? Me too. Hashirama excitedly crowded next to Madara, happily waving the command seal on his hand. I just wonder whether you and Lily will be on the red team or the black team when the time comes. After the excitement passed, Hashirama finally had the leisure to discuss this. It doesn't matter. It didn't say that opponents can't cooperate, nor did it say teammates can't be eliminated. Madara curled his lip indifferently. That's right. You're so smart, Madara. Hashirama-sensei, the other Kage are all looking at us. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara turned around to look, only to see that the 8 people opposite them all uniformly possessed 3-stroke command seals on their hands. 6. At this time, there really are very few famous powerhouses with screen time in the anime. It won't be clustered like this in the future, rest assured. The summoned heroic spirits will definitely be no problem at all. Because everyone had no heart for the meeting and the main contents were all settled, this talk ended successfully in the end. Truly, congratulations. 5 days later, Hashirama's house, which usually couldn't even gather 3 people, was unusually lively today. Of course, it wasn't because the first Hokage owed money and had people blocking his door. It was just that Tobirama said they needed to prepare for the Holy Grail War, so he summoned Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Artoria, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Holy Grail War concerns the interests of the entire village and even the entire land of fire, so please make sure to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Tobarama looked at everyone with a solemn face, and everyone nodded in agreement, except for a certain gracefully eating Artoria. Lily. Tobarama heightened his tone. Yes. Seeing that Tobarama was angry, Artoria quickly put down her rice bowl, and her ahoge, which had been swaying happily, gave a startle out of fright. Listen carefully. Yes. Seeing that Tobarama didn't mean to heavily punish her, Artoria breathed a sigh of relief, picked up her bowl again, and earnestly shoveled down her rice while looking at Tobarama. Looking at Artoria who was earnestly eating her rice, then looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi beside her who kept glancing at Artoria every now and then, and over there, Anija and Uchiha Madara who were whispering to each other and discussing what to eat for dinner, Tobarama rubbed his brow with a headache, and finally decided to ignore it and pretend he didn't see anything. Listen well, all of you listen well to me. Now, it is known that the Holy Grail War will divide us into red and black teams. Whether we are on the same team is temporarily unknown, but the rules only say that the last person is the winner, and do not say that teammates cannot hurt each other. So what? So, even though it's said to be a 7-on-7 team battle between the red and black teams, because our Konoha has the most people and currently shows the highest combat power, it will inevitably evolve into a 5 against 9, plus a ruler with an unknown attitude. Tobarama's expression was still quite relaxed because this was all known intelligence. Up until now, he was just sorting out his thoughts. He believed anyone present could analyze this, probably. Everyone should also know the servant classes, 5 combat type servants, 1 perception type servant, and 1 medical type servant. In any case, even with the worst luck, the 5 of us can have at least 1 combat type servant. Coupled with Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and myself, our chances of winning are not small. As soon as these words came out, Artoria and Hiruzen Sarutobi below repeatedly nodded. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were even less likely to deny it. Before it starts, I will give each of you a flying thunder god kunai to ensure the integrity of our team. Within a day, we need to know the information of all servants on the opposite side. Isn't it fine to just go straight and fight? This was Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara is right. But teacher Tobarama also makes a lot of sense. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi who received Tobarama's death glare. I also think Madara, Tobarama is quite right. This was Hashirama. Delicious. This was, the rice-eating king. There are 9 or even 10 servants on the opposite side. The uncertainty is too high, and what if the opposite side summons the six-path sage? Tobarama was truly a bit mentally exhausted. The whole team were reckless brawlers. If it weren't for their genuinely high combat power, he would have already raised a white flag to surrender by now. What is there to be afraid of? So what if it's the six-path sage? A fight is a fight and must be fought. Uchiha Madara disdainfully gestured with his chopsticks. Bearing the life of Uchiha Izuna on his shoulders, let alone the six-path sage, he wouldn't even bat an eye. Anyway, they were just servants, not real people. Let's eat. Tobarama indicated that he was giving up and letting it rot, no one could stop him. Charging all the way through recklessly wasn't necessarily bad either. Although his words fell, everyone had already been eating for a long time and nobody had the time to pay attention to him, especially Artoria, who had silently gone through 7 bowls. Artoria, monkey, for the next half year, you two will move into Hashirama's house. Hashirama and I will guide you. Hick. Okay, Lord Tobarama. Yes, Teacher Tobarama. Seeing the two readily agree, Tobarama was finally satisfied. For the whole day, this was the only pleasing matter. After the meal, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were dragged away by Tobarama to continue discussions. Although they were two reckless brawlers, Tobarama did not plan to give up on them. In his view, these two weren't brainless, it was just that because their strength was too great, they were too lazy to use their brains. Therefore, Tobarama hadn't given up on them. At the same time, Tobarama instructed Artoria and Hiruzen Sarutobi to go train aside after finishing their meal. Artoria readily agreed to this, as she still wanted to be promoted to Jonin early on. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi followed Artoria to train together. 5005. 5006. 5007. Artoria tiredly swung Galatine stroke by stroke. Hey, Lily. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke while throwing kunai. What is it? Artoria responded tiredly. What are you working so hard for? Artoria stopped her movements, looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in surprise, and saw the bewildered look in his eyes. He had been thinking at home these past few days about what wish he should make if he got the Holy Grail. Originally, when he just found out he was chosen by the Holy Grail, he was still very excited, his mind full of thoughts about making Artoria his wife. But after calming down, he knew that this would not and could not be his wish, because getting Artoria through such means wouldn't make Artoria happy, and if Artoria wasn't happy, he wouldn't be able to be happy either. Therefore, why, you ask, does protecting the village count? Artoria looked at Galatine in her hand and suddenly smiled. Ah, of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied in a daze. Is Artoria's dream to be the Hokage? Sort of. Hiruzen Sarutobi was choked up by this and couldn't speak for a moment. What does, sort of, mean? Is it or is it not? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi stunned and unable to speak, Artoria suddenly asked. Hiruzen, how do you think the villagers' lives were compared to before when teacher Hashirama was the Hokage? That's definitely much better. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied without hesitation. So, you see. Artoria turned her head to look at Hashirama's rock face and chuckled softly. With many villagers smiling, I think that definitely can't be wrong. Artoria's smile was very faint and light, but under the glow of the setting sun, it was enough to infect many people. So that's how it is. Looking at this smile of Artoria's, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly came to a realization. It turns out my dream was never just to marry Artoria as a wife. I just wanted to let her always be as happy as she is right now. Of course, it would be even better if she could willingly marry me. Sarutobi is not a CP. Sarutobi is not a CP. Sarutobi is not a CP. Important things must be said 3 times. Next chapter. Summoning servants. Judging by the classes, you should be able to tell that most of them will be native Naruto servants in the future, but some Type Moon ones will be added, though not too many, so the classes can only be made into, well, this kind of setup. By the way, is anyone reading this book? If so, make a sound. Fill, 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 fill. Repeat every 5 times, discard when filled. Reto completed the array pattern, raised his hand inscribed with a command seal, and blurted out the words engraved into his bones from practicing until he wanted to vomit. Let silver and iron be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let my Grandmaster Shubane Oak be the ancestor. Let the rising wall of wind be erected. Let the 4-layered gates close. Let the 3-way crossroads leading to the kingdom cycle from the crown. Beads of sweat trickled down Balian's forehead, his aged face wrinkling up, but he still stubbornly kept reading. Declare. Your body shall be under my command, my fate shall be your sword. Uchiha Madara raised his hand, staring intently at the glowing magic array radiating brilliant white light. Following the call of the Holy Grail, if you obey this mind and this reason, then reply. Hashirama, standing beside Madara, lowered his head and earnestly read the lines held in his hand, which lacked a command seal, while pointing his other hand toward the magic array. I shall be all that is good in this world. I shall cover all that is evil in this world. Tobirama and his student Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned as they earnestly recited the lines. Ensnared by the 3 great words of power for 7 days, come forth from the wheel of deterrence. O keeper of the scales. The light of the magic array before them grew increasingly intense, illuminating the night sky as bright as day in an instant, which forced Artoria to narrow her eyes and utter the final declaration. One after another, the phantom figures grew more solid, slowly walking toward their respective master. Hidden Sand Village. A blurry, petite figure appeared within the magic array drawn by Reto. A silver and red-horned knight stamped her foot, and the surrounding smoke was blown away by a violent gust of wind. I am Mordred, the sole legitimate successor to the King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon. The only, cutest, and most capable daughter of the 3rd Hokage Artoria. Having said that, the blonde female knight drove her sword into the ground, a flash of gentleness crossing her eyes. In this era, mother should still be a child, right? I am so looking forward to mother's lowly form. He he he. Cough cough. Well then, are you my master? Reto stared blankly at the blonde female knight summoned before him, failing to react for a moment. What did she just say? She is the legitimate successor of what king? Is there even such a king in the ninja world? What on earth was that third Hokage thing? Konoha didn't even have a second Hokage yet. And that Artoria, wasn't she just that little brat who followed Senju Hashirama to the 5-cage summit last time? No. No matter what, this little brat is from Konoha, right? She definitely is from Konoha, right? So she's definitely going to betray him, right? Doesn't that make her a pure enemy spy? Why didn't I draw a heroic spirit from our hidden sand village? Having dismissively sent Mordred away in low spirits, Reto arrived at the room where Shaman was drawing cards. No, summoning heroic spirits. Master, someone is here. An old grandmother about 1.5 meters tall, with white hair and a wrinkled face, said to Shaman. It must be Lord Cage. Shaman shrugged. He understood Reto far too well. It was no exaggeration to say that aside from the elderly woman before him and Reto's biological parents, he was the person who understood Reto best. Bang! After the door was kicked open with a single blow, Shaman looked closely, and sure enough, it was his dear Lord Cage. Shaman. The heroic spirit you summoned is. Reto, who had been full of enthusiasm, choked on all his words the moment he saw the old woman beside Shaman. Although this person had white hair and no longer possessed the youthful appearance of his memory, when their eyes met, that familiar feeling and gaze filled with nostalgia. There was no mistake. It definitely was her. Chio. Is that you? Although phrased as a question, his tone clearly identified the elderly woman. Reto, as expected of you. Your intuition is still as sharp as ever. Chio did not deny it, straightforwardly confirming her identity. I am a heroic spirit from the future. By the time I died, I was already over 70 years old. Chio knew Reto well. The moment she spoke, she knew what he was going to ask, nothing more than how she died. But clearly, she felt no regret regarding her death. If anything, she felt somewhat proud. After all, she had calmly gone to her death for the future of the village. No, I mean, have you ever called Shaman Master? Reto looked at Shaman through gritted teeth. He clearly remembered that little brat who claimed to be the successor of the third Hokage calling him Master right off the bat. He could not accept his wife calling someone else Master. Even if that person was Shaman. Chio's smiling, aged face stiffened. So you old fool don't care at all about how I died. Land of Water. Balian looked at the middle-aged man with the Uchiha clan crest on his clothes, his expression quite spectacular. Especially since the man started by asking. You must be this old man's master, right? Holy crap, talk about thrilling. Just a few days ago he was humiliated by his son, and now he became the father's master. This. Balian's eyes darted around twice, and thinking of something, he let out a sinister chuckle. Forgotten in a corner by Balian, Uchiha Tajima wore a face full of black lines. His master had looked as if he had eaten crap ever since he appeared. He initially thought his master despised him, but then the guy suddenly started laughing again. Laughing was one thing, but why did he have to laugh so lewdly? Uchiha Tajima felt truly exhausted in his heart. He had simply wanted to take advantage of the Holy Grail opportunity to come out and see his two surviving idiot sons, check how they were doing, and see if they had wiped out the Senju clan yet. He never expected to run into a mentally handicapped master on his very first Holy Grail war. Can this order be cancelled, by the way? By the river not far outside Konoha village. Artoria and the other four stared blankly at the 5 heroic spirits summoned by their group. The middle-aged man closest to Madara wore a black form-fitting combat uniform, overlaid with red laminated armor, and had a white ribbon tied around his forehead. Standing beside the middle-aged man was a young man with the Uchiha clan crest on his clothes. The moment this youth appeared, Madara's eyes turned red. Clearly emotional, he hesitated to make a move, as if waiting for the person opposite him to throw themselves into his arms on their own. Standing in front of Hashirama was also a blonde, but this blonde was a gorgeous blonde beauty with an exceptionally stunning figure. The moment she saw them, a flash of pleasant surprise crossed her eyes, and she brashly came forward to greet everyone with things like, sister Lily, grandfather, great-uncle, grandpa Madara, and old man. Even Artoria was not spared. Clinging to him was a tearful blonde boy who, the moment he was summoned, tightly hugged Artoria while sobbing, calling her, Grandma Artoria, I'm sorry, over and over, his 3 long whisker marks soaked with tears. However, Artoria paid no mind to the boy, he was currently too stunned by the woman in his line of sight to have the energy to think about anything else. That girl was likewise a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty radiating heroism, with an ahoge standing proudly amidst her dazzling golden hair. However, her height was slightly, 100 million times shorter than the previous blonde beauty. She draped herself in a silver and blue armor paired with a pale blue skirt, her stiff body maintaining the etiquette she instinctively performed. I ask of you. Are you my master? Protagonist current status panel. Name, Artoria. Age, 7. Height, 1.32 meters. Ninjutsu, D plus 2024 5000. Taijutsu, C plus 4770 60,000. Genjutsu, D plus 2555 5000. Chakra, C 8358 25,000. Skills, Magic Resistance A corresponding to Naruto attributes. Riding, B. Class Skills Personal Skills, Instinct A. Charisma B. Mana Burst, B. Noble Phantasm, Wind King Barrier Level 6 C 9858 60,000. Galatine A++, true name not yet released. Constitution, Heart of the Red Dragon. Mall Coins, 105,805. Unlocked Mall Items. Excalibur A++ 80W, Avalon, Scabbard 120W. Evaluation. Jonin. The extra skills came free with buying the Red Dragon Doge head. It took a bit of time to revise the outline, but the genuine Artoria has been delivered. Written a bit hastily, I will read it over a couple of times to fix any awkward sentences. If there are any places that are incoherent or wrong, remember to remind me, and I'll fix them, haha. Konoha Village, a certain noodle shop. There is no Ichiraku during this era, so don't mind it too much. 10 more bowls. Artoria gracefully swallowed the food in her mouth and handed the empty bowl in her hand to the boss. 10 more bowls. Seeing this, Artoria picked up her empty bowl, refusing to show any weakness. Grown-up Lily is actually from another world. Hashirama looked with doubt and uncertainty at this heroic spirit who was begging for food and suspected to be a large version of Artoria. Even as honest as he was somewhat skeptical. This couldn't be blamed on him. Indeed, this young girl's words were simply too bizarre. I am the king of ancient Britain, Artoria Pendragon. Hearing Hashirama's voice, Artoria hurriedly withdrew her gaze from the pot, placed her hands on her knees, and sat up straight. Grown-up Lily is actually a king. Then, what kind of country is that ancient Britain? Hashirama's eyes were sparkling as he looked at Artoria with a twinkle. Artoria felt a chill all over from his gaze, and couldn't help but look at her counterpart with a pleading look. Seeing her counterpart return a helpless look, she could only sigh as if resigning herself to her fate. Forget it, anyway, it's not the first time talking about it. Speaking of Britain, she could always conjure up some interest. Speaking of Britain, it is also one of the oldest countries besides the 4 ancient countries. Britain is a powerful nation, with countless noble knights, not to mention the 150 knights of the Round Table. Among them, the 12 most powerful and noble knights of the Round Table are each existences who are not inferior to, or even stronger than, me. Not only that, the people are also very happy. Every time I go on a tour, I can see the heartfelt smiles of the people. Hearing this, Hashirama couldn't help asking. Then how is Britain now? Has it become even stronger? The smile on Artoria's face froze. Her eyes slowly turned dead and lifeless. Her mind was filled with the scenes of that day. Blood all over the ground, mutilated corpses. Sharp swords were stabbed into the bodies of the knights she knew, the ones she didn't know, but all of whom were her most important and unforgettable knights. The pungent stench of corpses filled her nasal cavity, yet she didn't feel nauseous at all. Because Camelot, Britain, my Britain, has fallen. Her heart ached with sharp, successive throbs. Yet her eyes couldn't shed a single tear. Perhaps because she had witnessed the destruction of Britain too many times through countless reincarnations, even her tears had run dry. But if that was the case, why did her heart hurt and ache so much every single reincarnation, every single time she remembered it? She had clearly seen it before drawing the sword, she had clearly prepared herself long ago, but why? Ah ha ha ha, ah. Speaking of which, Grandma Artoria will also become the third. Seeing that the atmosphere had grown cold, Naruto took the initiative to speak up and tried to change the subject, but unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Shut up. Didn't you hear them say that heavenly secrets must not be leaked? Tsunade glared angrily at the speechless Naruto. I know, let me go quickly. Hashirama and Artoria tried to comfort Artoria, but unfortunately Artoria was already immersed in her memories and couldn't extricate herself for a moment. Seeing this, Hashirama and Artoria had no choice but to give up. Hashirama originally wanted to ask her how she governed the country so he could learn a thing or two, but given the current situation, better forget it, and not sprinkle salt on someone else's wound. Britain, my Britain, has fallen. On the streets of Konoha village. Tobirama obediently followed behind a middle-aged man, answering when asked and keeping his mouth shut when not asked. Where is Hashirama? Why isn't he coming? Senju Butsuma looked at Tobirama with dissatisfaction and said. Inija, he wants to ask Tsunade and Lily's counterparts from another world how to govern the village. Tobirama was also quite helpless. Inija didn't want to face this stubborn old man, so he pushed it onto him. An older brother like this might as well just die early. I think he just doesn't want to face this old man. Tobirama was speechless, not knowing how to reply for a moment. Look at what you guys have done, huh? You actually got mixed up with the Uchiha. How can you face those dead clansmen like this? How can you face your two younger brothers, Tobirama? Listening to these words, Tobirama could only lower his head, not daring to look into his father's fierce gaze. Brother, I want to eat taiyaki. A milky dumpling around 5 years old fluttered her short legs, quickly darting past Tobirama and Senju Butsuma. Alright boss, how much for 2 taiyaki? A 10-year-old young boy gently rubbed the milky dumpling's head and asked the boss with a smile. 5 taels for 1 taiyaki, 2 for 8 taels. Boss, you're actually a pretty nice guy. The young boy shouted happily. Ha ha ha, everyone says so. Here, little guest, your taiyaki is ready, here you go. Shaoshi, hold on to it quickly. I don't want the one big brother bit into, I want the other one. I won't give it to you, I just won't. Brother is so mean. Senju Butsuma watched all this expressionlessly, a trace of ripples flashing through his eyes. However, the village is managed pretty well. It would be even better if there were no evil Uchiha. I'd love to as well, but isn't this something that can't be done? Tobirama didn't dare to reply, and could only complain in his heart. However, towards these words, he deeply agreed. Just kidding, I've also been a clan head, I know the difficulties of these matters. Butsuma took a deep look at the street. People walked on the street wearing their family clothes without any scruples. Their faces no longer bore vigilance and hatred, but heartfelt smiles. Those were truly people strolling freely under the sunshine, the white jade capital he had caught a fleeting glimpse of in his dreams. This dreamlike yet real reality made him sigh involuntarily. How wonderful it would be if Idama, Kawarama, and your mother could also live here. Hearing this, Tobirama's emotions flickered a few times, and in the end, he forcibly held back the thought of putting it into action. Resurrecting that man's younger brother was necessary. I'm sorry. Uchiha clan compound. The 2 long-lost brothers walked in silence on the street. Nissan, why did you stop me from beating those 2 fools from the Senju family just now? Thinking of his Nissan's warning gaze just now, Izuna felt unaccustomed. Now is not the past, Konoha has already been established, and our future will also be here. Madara looked deeply at his younger brother, afraid that he would secretly go look for the 2 Senju brothers, and couldn't help but deepen his tone. After speaking, afraid that Izuna would misunderstand that he hated him, he placed his hand on his younger brother's head and smoothed his hair. Izuna looked at Madara in confusion, his eyes full of doubt. Wasn't I dead? How can there still be a we? Yes, we. Madara repeated it again, believing that his younger brother could understand. Sure enough, Izuna trembled all over, his confused expression slowly turning into shock. The Holy Grail. Can those two fools agree? Izuna didn't say foolish things like competing for the Holy Grail with the two fools from the Senju family. He could tell that his Nissan had somehow already teamed up with them. Since Nissan could be so certain, he must have already talked it over with them long ago. They agreed. As expected. For the stability of the village. Is it like that? If that's the case, Nissan, you. What about your dream, your ideals? As Madara's younger brother, how could he not know that Madara's philosophy wasn't as simple as just building a village to maintain peace in a country? In fact, Madara had some unformed ideas long ago. Although he didn't have a divergence with Hashirama at that time, it could be analyzed from Madara's words and phrases that he and Hashirama would definitely not end up on the same path. Unfortunately, Madara and Hashirama were insiders and couldn't see clearly, but Izuna could guess a thing or two. After all, he was the person who understood Madara best. Madara trusted him 100%. Our future is here. Madara repeated it again, and Izuna understood. Although his eyes were still confident, that ambition was gone, and the thought of pursuing his dreams was gone. In other words, before this failure of the Holy Grail, he would always regard Konoha as his future. Hashirama was also very clear about this. I see. Izuna's eyes were complicated. Nissan has changed, why? Oh. It's because of me. Land of Earth. A red-nosed dwarf pointed one hand at the magic circle, muttering words under his breath. Suddenly, perhaps reaching the final stage, he abruptly opened his eyes and roared in a voice that had become somewhat sharp due to pain. 7 days intertwined with the 3 great words of spell. Appear, Wheel of Suppression, Guardian of the Balance. As soon as his voice fell, a blazing white light swallowed the entire night sky, and dozens or even hundreds of meters around became as bright as day. After a long time, the white light gradually receded, and a clear figure appeared in the red-nosed dwarf's line of sight. My name is Otsutsuki Indra. You must be my master, right? Well, summoning heroic spirits here doesn't need affinity, let's just use probability theory. Using a holy relic can increase the probability doghead to save life. This is the main content of this meeting. Do you have any objections? In Hashirama's room, Tobirama held a freshly brewed cup of tea, moistening his somewhat hoarse throat from speaking. The content is so long. I can't remember it at all, you rock-faced second Hokage uncle. Wouldn't it be better to just defeat all of them? Exactly. Ni-san is right. Although I don't really want to agree, Great-Grandpa Second, what you said is way too hard to remember. Wouldn't it be better if it were easier to understand? Tobirama, look at this. Even Tsunade says so. You really need to fix your bad habits. Click. Phew. Looking at these carefree people, plus those two who were both shoveling rice, one spacing out into the cosmos and wondering who knows what, while the other watched the one who was spacing out. Tobirama's veins bulged on his forehead. He tried hard to take deep breaths, and after feeling his mood settle down a bit, he wiped away the shattered glass of his injured heart. The Holy Grail War starts tomorrow, so you all better take this seriously. Not only is the enemy's strength currently unknown, but have you figured out what the different space is? You don't know anything and yet you're not listening carefully. Do you still want the Holy Grail or not? Tobirama couldn't help but scold them. His tone right now was completely like a high school senior homeroom teacher worried about the grades of students who wouldn't listen. Relax, Great-Grandpa Second. With you, Grandpa, Madara, and Sister Lily from another world, what else is there to worry about? Tsunade waved her hand with a carefree expression. Of course, it wasn't without reason for her to think this way. With 2 ironclad super cage like Madara and Hashirama, plus Sister Lily from another world, if her strength was comparable to Sister Lily's, she should also be at the super cage level. Great-Grandpa Second, Uchiha Izuna was at the peak of cage level, Naruto, in the Ninja War, Nine-Tailed Mode was at the peak of cage level, and she herself was at the cage level. Great-Great-Grandfather, Senju Butsuma, was unclear, but having been the clan head for so long, he definitely had cage level strength. As for Sister Lily right now, although she was still young, she definitely had Jonan's strength. That pervy old man was already in his teens, so he definitely had Jonan or even elite Jonan's strength. With this lineup, if it were anyone else, they would have already laid flat. The entire ninja world couldn't find a stronger lineup than this. Tsunade. Even a lion uses its full strength to fight a rabbit, let alone the fact that the opponent is no weakling either. 9 servants plus a judge with an uncertain attitude, coupled with Reto and the other cage-level individuals, failure is entirely possible. Seeing that Tsunade and the others still had a carefree expression, Tobirama could only continue. Besides, what if the opposing side summons a grand? As soon as Tobirama's voice fell, it was like a heavyweight bomb dropping, causing the Slack group to perk up. Grand. The information passed to me last time said they are existences on the same level as the Six-Path Sage or even stronger. Can such an existence really be summoned? Grand. Grandpa, can you beat the Six-Path Sage? Tsunade secretly poked Hashirama, asking with some uncertainty in her tone. No way. Hashirama's tone was a bit weak. He wouldn't dare try to rub shoulders with a legendary existence like the Six-Path Sage, let alone one that might even be a notch stronger than the Six-Path Sage. Then what about you and Madara together, Grandpa? Can you still not beat them? Tsunade found it a bit hard to believe. In fact, she already knew the answer, but she still wanted to get some sense of security from her grandfather. After all, these two were the strongest people she had ever seen, while the Six-Path Sage was just the most powerful person she had only heard of. To give a perhaps inappropriate example, it's like Jordan and LeBron. In the eyes of young people, they watch LeBron's games more, while Jordan is mostly seen through short videos and word of mouth from the older generation. Young people can still find game replays of ancient legends when they were young on the internet, but Tsunade didn't even have those, making it even more impossible for her to make an intuitive comparison between Madara, Hashirama, and the Six-Path Sage. Even if you ask me like that, Tsunade, I actually don't really know either. But, I probably can't beat them, you know. That's the Six-Path Sage. HMPH. Hashirama seemed to hear a cold HMPH coming from Madara's side. Ahahaha, the combination of me and Madara is definitely invincible under heaven. HN. Hearing Hashirama change his tune, Madara then responded with satisfaction. Obediently listen to my arrangements. If there really is a grand, I'd like to see how you pull off the boasting you just did, Anija. Tobirama slammed a fist onto Hashirama's head, forcibly shutting him up. HMPH. Madara let out a cold HMPH and turned his head away, but his ears perked up honestly. Izuna imitated him with a cold HMPH as well, turning his head in the same direction as Madara. After Tobirama's reminder, although most people and servants still didn't care much, they mostly chose to listen. Al was different, he didn't listen at all. He had been staring at that blonde figure who was wondering who knows what. The night grew increasingly dark, and people's thoughts grew increasingly deep. Artoria found a rooftop, leaning weakly against the railing. Her hands gripped the railing tightly, and her eyes gazed listlessly at the starry sky, wondering who knows what. Suddenly, a pleasant scent flooded into her nasal cavity. She unconsciously sniffed. It was the fragrance of lilies, the same as the one on her body. Should it be said as expected of counterparts, sharing the exact same taste. Artoria moved her small head and looked toward the source of the scent. Sure enough, it was Al. Why are you looking at the stars alone here? Aren't you going back to sleep to save up your energy? Al asked, seemingly casually. Servants don't need to sleep, master. Artoria answered her master's question earnestly. Even though her state was wrong right now, and even though one of the culprits causing her bad mood was right before her eyes, her counterpart, she had never blamed master. Is that so? Al replied offhandedly, then imitated Artoria's posture, gazing up at Konoha's night sky. Artoria couldn't quite understand the purpose of her master coming over. Could it be that he just thought she looked fun like this, so he came over to try it out? The more Artoria thought about it, the more she felt that must be the case, and she couldn't help finding it a bit funny. Although he was her counterpart and would be the third Hokage of this world in the future, right now he was still just a child after all. Artoria recalled that when she was little, she didn't seem much better off either. When she was training with Big Bro Might Guy when she was young, she had also nostalgically stopped to look at the small white flowers not far away, imagining that if she were an ordinary girl, she might have gone up to the small white flowers and appreciated their beauty. I'm sorry. Artoria, still immersed in her childhood memories, was left dazed by Al's sudden apology. Summoning you without your consent, wanting to borrow your power to help others achieve their wishes without your consent, making you make a wasted trip without your consent, truly. I am very sorry. Al lowered his head, preparing to welcome Artoria's barrage of fury. Although he felt that given her personality she wouldn't do such a thing, no matter what she planned to do, he had made up his mind not to resist. This was what he deserved. Among the 5 servants summoned this time, only Artoria had little connection to them, and naturally she wouldn't be willing to help Madara resurrect his younger brother. Although it was proper for a servant to help their master, borrowing other people's power to show generosity at someone else's expense felt a bit wrong. At least in Al's view, it wasn't very right. People had their own wishes. Failing to fulfill one's own wish was one thing, and helping one's master was one thing, but helping another master fulfill their wish, anyway, Al felt he would be quite displeased. As a servant, a renowned existence in human history, being treated like goods and chips. Furthermore, if things weren't made clear, the Holy Grail War would be much harder to fight. There's no need for this. You are my master, and no matter what, I should obey your orders. Hearing this, Al sneaked a peek at Artoria. There was no displeasure on her face, only a somewhat complex look in her eyes whose emotion couldn't be discerned. After all, not everyone was a domineering CEO novel heroine capable of deciphering such complex pie charts. In his understanding, she was probably wondering why he, as the master, would actually apologize proactively. Or perhaps she was depressed that he had apologized a step before her, making it hard for her to blame him and ask what about her, what should she do, and whether he had thought of her when doing this. Well, given Artoria's temperament, she would never say such petty, womanly things. Anyway, she probably wasn't very angry. Are you really not angry? Al asked cautiously. Master, I am really not angry. Artoria answered him patiently once more. Really not angry anymore. Really, Master. Really. Master, if you keep asking, even I will get angry. Al shrank his neck and glanced over. Artoria's face still showed neither joy nor sorrow, but from her slightly furrowed brows, he could tell she was indeed a bit displeased. My counterpart, forget it, I'll just call you Lily directly. Although it feels a bit strange, Lily can also just call me Al. Al struggled distressedly for a moment before making a serious suggestion, making it seem as though he really just wanted a convenient way to address each other. Alright, I understand, Al. Artoria didn't dwell on it much and straightforwardly agreed to this plan. Hey, Lily, tear off a piece of your skirt hem and give it to me. Al said, looking at Artoria's azure dress. Artoria tilted her head in confusion. No, I just want to summon you again next time, so I can help you get the Holy Grail. Upon hearing this, Artoria tore off a small corner of her skirt at top speed and respectfully handed it to Al. Next time, please be sure to summon me again. I beg of you. It wasn't that Artoria was being realistic, but, how many masters have you seen that can trade blows with servants? There were several here who could not only spar, but 2 of them were even stronger than many first-tier servants. With this lineup, paired with a few first-tier servants, unless the opposing side had a grand servant, even if they kicked Al out and let Grandma O'Neil be the master, they would still win. It's a promise. Then this time, please be sure to give it your all to help us win the Holy Grail. I'm counting on you, Lily. Al solemnly received the holy relic from Artoria's hands and requested. Leave it to me, Ma. Al. I swear by this sword, I will surely offer both victory and the Holy Grail with both hands. Artoria earnestly kept her hands in the posture of holding a sword, then forcefully thrust them downward. Blue magic particles drifted away with the wind, and the golden Excalibur appeared in her hands. I believe in you, my knight. Al smiled involuntarily. Somewhere in the land of iron. The anti-Konoha alliance, formed by the remaining 4 nations excluding Konoha, was established here and was holding a meeting. Everyone, what method should we use to defeat the powerful Konoha? The first Tsuchikage of the land of Earth, Ishikawa, asked with a solemn expression. Wouldn't it be better to just surrender directly? The whole country of us can submit to Konoha together. Otherwise, trying to fight Konoha with this small bunch of good-for-nothings, before the fight even starts, we'll die of laughter from the enemy, and that wouldn't be good. Mordred carried Clarent on her shoulder with one hand, looking with disdain at the other people and servants of the anti-Konoha alliance. Ah, submitted 1 minute late, my record of 15 consecutive days of updates is broken. Ah. I'm depressed. It would be so much better if we just surrendered directly and pledged our entire nation to Konoha together. Otherwise, fighting Konoha with just this ragtag bunch, if we die of laughter before the fight even starts, that wouldn't look good, would it? Mordred carried Clarent on her shoulder with one hand, looking disdainfully at the others and the heroic spirits of the anti-Konoha alliance. Everyone else, including Reto, glared at Mordred with unfriendly expressions. We all know you brat are from Konoha, and we know we're no match for Konoha, but isn't it a bit too disrespectful of you to just blurt it out like that? Even if you are from Konoha, at least put up a facade on the surface. Arrogant brat, I'll make you. Ishikawa's face turned completely dark, and in his rage, he slammed a palm down, shattering the table into pieces. Seeing that Ishikawa was about to make a move, Mordred instantly became excited, and Clarent manifested in that very second. Mana burst A. The moment the skill was released, surging magical energy gushed out, and the powerful aura blew everything around them into a chaotic mess. The others and the heroic spirits turned their heads to look at this in shock. Ishikawa, who was affected the most, was filled with a mix of shock and anger. Letting Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama slide is one thing, but why does this stinky brat also possess such powerful strength? Could Konoha really be a cradle of geniuses? Seeing that Ishikawa stopped moving after slamming the table, Mordred felt somewhat dissatisfied. You vented your anger and spat out harsh words, but now you won't even let me have some fun. Where on earth is there such logic in the ninja world? Regardless of whether there certainly isn't any here with Mordred. Therefore, Mordred couldn't hold back anymore. Her hands holding the sword tilted slightly, and her slender calves quietly tensed up. Here I come. Sticking strictly to martial arts ethics, Mordred gave a heads-up half a second in advance. Immediately afterwards, her tensed calves suddenly kicked off with force, and her small figure flashed violently, disappearing from where she stood. Not good. Watching Mordred disappear right before his eyes, Ishikawa's internal alarm bells instantly blared wildly as his eyes vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Go to hell. Suddenly, Ishikawa felt a chill run through his soul, scaring him out of his wits and causing him to hurriedly roll to the side. The biting wind made his cheeks sting. Looking back, he saw a silver-armored knight holding a long sword standing right where he had just been, and a sword mark 5 meters long and 1 meter wide had appeared in front of her. Cold sweat poured down Ishikawa's forehead. Seeing that Mordred was about to attack again, he hurriedly used the super lightweight rock technique to fly into the sky. At the same time, he looked toward his heroic spirit. He remembered that guy was also from Konoha, right? Orochimaru. As soon as Ishikawa finished speaking, a pale, effeminate man stepped forward and looked at Mordred helplessly. Come on, my master, I can't beat this person either. Orochimaru, your master is this guy. Mordred waved her hand in disgust, seemingly looking down on Orochimaru's taste. Orochimaru speechlessly rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he could decide who his master was, and besides, how much better was her master than Ishikawa? Mordred-san is as interesting as ever. Are you going to fight or not? If not, step aside. Mordred urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that they were from the same village, she would have already slashed him with her sword directly. Be careful, Mordred-san. Orochimaru's eyes flickered for a few moments, and in the end, he decided to exchange a few blows just to put on a show first. Edo Tensai. Orochimaru used his skill. Due to the bonuses from being a heroic spirit and later legends, his Edo Tensai didn't require live sacrifices to summon the dead. However, the ones summoned this way wouldn't harm souls and essentially worked for him. The downside was that he could only summon them for 15 minutes at a time, and the number couldn't exceed 3 people. Once the number exceeded 3 people, the strength of the summoned characters wouldn't reach the super cage level. The moment the skill was activated, 3 illusory figures appeared and rapidly solidified. This is Mother Uchiha Madara. It's actually Lord Hokage. A demonic art, what an evil jutsu. This kind of evil jutsu must be handed over to us, Kurigakure, for safekeeping. As it turned out, the 3 figures were none other than first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the Shira of the ninja world Uchiha Madara, and third Hokage Artoria. Orochimaru. How dare you desecrate Mother? Mordred looked at Orochimaru with bloodshot eyes, appearing extremely furious. This is a skill of mine as a heroic spirit. It doesn't even need live sacrifices, and summoning them doesn't harm their souls. How on earth can that be considered desecration? Orochimaru was speechless. Are you kidding me? He respected Hokage-sama a lot too, okay. Why would he ever desecrate her? Alright, enough of this farce. Everyone, please withdraw your divine abilities. Seeing that his own heroic spirit was about to get the short end of the stick, Reto hurriedly stepped in with an ingratiating smile to stop them. Even though this heroic spirit was from Konoha, and even though she was a double agent, well, that wasn't entirely accurate either. She never even gave Sunagakure a thought, so she couldn't really be considered a double agent. Anyway, she was his heroic spirit to some extent, so she could temporarily be considered a person of Sunagakure. How could he let someone else's heroic spirit bully her? Mordred glanced at the 3 super cages plus Orochimaru on the opposite side, then looked at herself. She decisively and obediently stood behind Reto. Seeing this, Orochimaru also withdrew his skill and silently walked back behind the utterly humiliated Ishikawa. Ahem. Then, the meeting continues. Ishikawa gave a tactical cough, attempting to salvage his remaining scraps of dignity, and even had Orochimaru, no, Onoki warm up the audience for him. With Mordred, that thorn in the side, no longer sticking her neck out, the tactical discussions of the anti-Konoha alliance proceeded quite smoothly. Although we have no way of knowing what they actually discussed that day. Night quietly slipped away, and dawn quietly arrived. The arrival of light heralded that the horn of the Holy Grail War was about to sound. A total of 14 people, including both humans and heroic spirits, assembled in the Land of Iron, waiting only for the Holy Grail War to begin. Night quietly departed, and dawn arrived stealthily. The descent of light heralded that the horn of the Holy Grail War was about to sound. A total of 14 people, including humans and servants, had assembled in the Land of Iron, waiting only for the Holy Grail War to begin. Time ticked away second by second, and Mother Tobarama was still continuously nagging her children. You must carry the flying thunder god Kunai with you at all times and never lose it. I will come over to find you guys when the time comes. And Anija and Madara, before I get over there, don't just attack people the moment you see them. Either find a way to figure out the opponent's strength and only fight if they are weaker than you, or don't fight at all. Monkey and Lily, your strengths are relatively weak, so listen to Naruto and King Arthur if anything happens. Also, Monkey, you are not allowed to cover your ears. Listen to me carefully and remember all of this, blah, blah. Tobarama's battle plan was very simple. Take my flying thunder god, wait for me to find you, leave a flying thunder god Kunai mark on the spot, then transfer the people away to forcibly gather them. Finally, once everyone was together, gather the main force, go back to the marked location, and defeat the enemies on the opposite side one by one. I have to admit it was a pretty decent idea, but you didn't need to emphasize it 3 times a day. Can't you see that everyone except our king is sleepy? Your servant, Mr. Izuna, is practically failing to suppress the look in his eyes that wants to kill you, hey. Uru, feeling bored and helpless, had no choice but to ask Artoria to help keep watch. Seeing Artoria patting her chest full of fighting spirit and claiming there was no problem, he felt at ease to slack off. Uru first looked towards the anti-Konoha alliance side. Because they were hundreds of meters apart, he couldn't see the opposing servants clearly. Furthermore, not knowing if the other side had noticed him, there was a constant reflection over there, almost blinding his dog eyes from such a long distance. After trying multiple times without any results, Uru had to dejectedly abandon the tempting idea of scouting the enemy's intelligence. The moment he turned his head back, a white-haired man with dead fish eyes came into Uru's view, while Artoria, who was sitting next to him and responsible for keeping watch, lowered her head in shame. Stop looking, I've already scouted everything out clearly. Seeing Uru sneaking around and still wanting to do some scouting, Tobarama stopped him with black lines all over his face. These young people are just too impatient, and so is Monkey, peeking around over there. One and all, they don't even wait for someone to finish analyzing. This Konoha, without me, is bound to be finished sooner or later. Lord Tobarama, you should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have been so tired, my eyes were aching to death. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his eyes and complained with a pout. Lord Tobarama is really something. Even after gathering all the intelligence, he didn't say anything, making me and Lily watch in vain for so long until our eyes hurt like hell. Blue veins bulged on Tobarama's temples. After taking a few deep breaths, he barely managed to suppress the urge to throw this dead monkey out, and spoke while holding back his anger. I didn't recognize the other servants, I only remembered their characteristics, they must be either from the future or from a long time ago. However, Byakuran's servants, Madara and Izuna, you guys definitely know them. Uchiha Izuna tilted his head. Stop keeping us in suspense, say what you have to say quickly. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his index finger tapping continuously against his arm with an impatient look. It's your father, Uchiha Tajima. Tobarama chuckled softly without continuing to keep them in suspense. On a different occasion, he might have left Uchiha Madara hanging just to hide behind his older brother and enjoy the other's frantic expression. However, now it was the Holy Grail War, so it was best not to pick a fight with him. Snap! Uchiha Madara's violent aura ran rampant, and everyone present felt suppressed by an invisible force. Naruto and Artoria hurriedly stood in front of their masters, attempting to contend with this tyrannical aura. Madara. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Hashirama hurriedly released his own aura to protect Uru and Hiruzen Sarutobi behind him. After venting for a while, Madara was yelled at by Hashirama, causing his reason to gradually suppress his anger, and he subsequently withdrew his aura. Sorry. Madara closed his eyes and said, forcibly holding back his anger. If it weren't for the rule of the Holy Grail War that people couldn't and wouldn't be killed within it, Madara would definitely kill Byakuran later on. Hashirama, who prided himself on knowing Madara well, was very certain of this. What's going on? Izuna stared blankly at Madara. His invincible brother Madara actually apologized. What on earth happened in these few years since he died? What on earth did that fool Senju Hashirama do to his Ni-san? I also want Ni-san to be this obedient to me. Hashirama, who was scratching his head in thought, suddenly sensed a gaze full of jealousy and envy locking onto him. Hashirama turned his head to look, and it turned out to be Madara's younger brother, Izuna. What is he jealous of me for? Hashirama pinched his chin and began to think. Could he be jealous that I, Senju Hashirama, have a flourishing family, not only having a son, but even being able to hold a granddaughter or grandson next year? While he, Uchiha Izuna, doesn't have a son, nor even a wife. That aside, if they lose this Holy Grail War, he might never even have the chance to have children. How tragic. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but look at Uchiha Izuna with sympathy. What kind of look is that? What does that mean? What is he sympathizing with me for? He must be mocking me. He definitely must be mocking me. He is mocking me, meaning Ni-san will only listen to his words and will never listen to me this much, right? Evil Senju Hashirama. Too evil. I want to duel you. That gaze full of fighting spirit, any battle maniac would satisfy him upon seeing it. Unfortunately, Senju Hashirama had already withdrawn his gaze. Uchiha Izuna exploded on the spot, but after comparing the strength of both sides, he cried, weeping bitterly into his Ni-san's arms. There. Madara gently stroked his younger brother's head. He thought Izuna felt humiliated because their father was summoned out as a servant and had to call someone else master. What he didn't expect was that in a blind spot out of his view, Izuna proudly raised his head and gave Hashirama a provocative look. Look, no matter how much Ni-san listens to you, Ni-san would never treat you like this. Hashirama looked at the show-off Izuna in puzzlement. He tilted his head quizzically, not knowing how to respond to him. Thus, Hashirama could only split his large mouth wide, revealing his 2 rows of shiny, clean teeth. After thinking about it and feeling that it wasn't sincere enough, he then gave Izuna a thumbs up. Uchiha Izuna. Ahem. Right, exactly, Byakuran's little lackey. His servant made the exact same gesture as you, big brother. Tobirama pointed at Hashirama and said. Hashirama was puzzled. Hashirama silently withdrew his thumb and put his bared large teeth back into his mouth. He inexplicably felt so embarrassed. What should he do? Ah. Does he have exceptionally thick eyebrows, a bowl cut, and wear green tight-fitting clothes? Naruto shouted excitedly. Ah. Does he have exceptionally thick eyebrows, a bowl cut, and wear green skin-tight clothes? Naruto shouted excitedly. Ah, that's right, Tobirama said. Lord Madara, what's wrong? Artoria sensed Madara's chakra, so she asked in confusion. It's nothing, just a little bug. Fool Senju Tobirama. The first Raikage kicked and shattered his own chair in fury. That fooled Senju Tobirama actually dared to come to their anti-Konoha alliance alone to gather intelligence, and managed to escape effortlessly right under his subordinates' noses. He couldn't even touch the corner of the other's clothes. Disgrace. Utter humiliation. Forget it, he is the fastest person in the ninja world, it's normal that you couldn't catch him. Reto shrugged helplessly, having anticipated this result long ago. Look at those few from Konoha. Might Guy, Orochimaru, Mordred, and so on. The ones with the ability to catch them don't care, and the ones without the ability can't do anything about it. What else can you do? Just lie flat. Do you plan to just let it go like this? The first Raikage asked with a dark face and full of anger. Then what else can you do? Can you rush into their place and beat up his younger brother right in front of Senju Hashirama? Reto raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Based on his understanding of the Raikage, this guy was just all talk, shouting louder than anyone else, but whenever he encountered a tough opponent, unless it was a feud over a murdered father or a stolen wife, he would definitely vanish without a trace. Sure enough, the first Raikage hummed twice and stopped talking. Reto sighed. This team was truly hard to lead, with everyone being so unreliable. If they weren't moles or spies, they were all talk loudmouths, or simply pure noobs. Tell me, how are we supposed to fight? Rest assured, my eye of sand is already near them. Once I investigate, we'll call it even. Reto proudly held his head high, preparing to show off his mighty power in front of these trolls so they would understand who the boss was. Lord Casecage is truly reliable, said the future second Raikage. As expected of Lord Casecage, easily accomplishing what we couldn't do, said the first Raikage. It's truly blood-boiling and makes one feel a sense of submission. Shaman said. Humph, of course, Reto puffed out his chest proudly, channeling chakra with full confidence to cast the ninjutsu. The next moment, he found that no matter how much he channeled, the image from the other side wouldn't transmit. What's going on? Reto panicked a bit and hurriedly increased his chakra output, but the result remained a black screen. After multiple checks and verifications, Reto discovered that his eye of sand must have been discovered by the people of Konoha. Cold sweat trickled down bit by bit, and Reto's expression visibly collapsed. Crap, I've become a noob too. Reto originally wanted to keep it hidden, but as time passed, even the two idiots from the Land of Lightning noticed Reto's abnormality. Lord Casecage, is it not ready yet? Asked the future second Raikage. Quiet. What if you disturb Lord Casecage's performance? Snapped the first Raikage. Lord Casecage, are you alright? This was Shaman, who only knew how to worry about Lord Casecage. After Shaman said these words, his servant Chio's look at him became very strange. This old woman already felt something was off between you and Reto back then, so turns out you. At this moment, Reto stiffly turned around and said in a slurred voice. Everyone. My eye of sand seems to have been discovered. The two generations of Cage from the Land of Lightning. Ishikawa and Mew, who had secretly expected Reto to gather intelligence. Shaman, the little fanboy. Byakuran, who hadn't held any hope to begin with. Yay. The various servants from Konoha. Hours later. The blazing sun in the sky shone upon the earth, also dispelling the cold hearts of some people. The huge golden holy grail reappeared, but this time around there were no horrifyingly numerous golden particles. Instead, it was enveloped by a silver-white triangular barrier. Afterwards, dark portals, each a person tall and a person wide, appeared before everyone, 14 in total, precisely distributed. Go, behind the doors lies the different space where the victor will be decided among you. Determine the outcome within 10 days, and ruler will appear within 1 day after you enter the different space. The ethereal voice appeared in the hearts and minds of everyone and every servant, and this sudden voice couldn't help but make everyone look at each other in dismay. Is it the voice of the Holy Grail? Everyone had this doubt in their hearts. But soon, everyone had no time to doubt, because the doors leading to the different space began to shrink. Hurry up and go. If we don't go now, there won't be time. Uchiha Madara, the number one pursuer of the Holy Grail, decisively grabbed his servant Senju Butsuma and ran into the door. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had gone in, the rest no longer hesitated and immediately brought their servants running into the different space. Ah! A dark portal appeared high up in the desert sky. The next second, Artoria flew headfirst toward the desert. Help me. Master, watch out. The blonde beauty who appeared shortly after Artoria grabbed Artoria in her arms, then executed a backflip in midair and landed steadily in the desert. Thank you so much, Lily. Artoria's small face was pale, and a trace of lingering fear flashed timely in her eyes. There's no need to thank me for this, Ma. Artoria, protecting the master is a servant's duty in the first place. No matter what, I should thank you, Lily. Artoria shook her head, her immature little face wearing an earnest expression that Lily was very familiar with. As expected of my counterpart. Artoria's mind inexplicably flashed with this sentence. Just at this moment, a familiar dark portal appeared in midair not far from the two of them. Who is it, ally or enemy? Artoria looked at that door solemnly, constantly guessing the identity of the newcomer in her heart. I don't know, but Artoria, remember to hide behind me later. No matter what happens, Artoria, you just need to be responsible for transmitting Ma Chakra to me, and I will bring you victory. Artoria protected Artoria behind her, instructing with a vigilant look. I trust Lily. Artoria nodded heavily, looking earnestly at Artoria. Soon, two figures appeared from that door. Artoria recognized the first figure at a glance. Although bruised and somewhat disheveled, she was quite certain that was Reto, who had quite a presence during the 5-cage summit earlier. The second figure looked however you looked like Mordred. Artoria looked at the blonde opposite her with complex eyes, and at the same time confirmed Artoria's guess. Is it the same situation as Lily? Artoria guessed. No, host, this Mordred is a bit special, you see. The system, which hadn't come out to farm presents for many chapters, laughed wretchedly. What do you mean? Artoria was somewhat confused, but a less than mature idea formed in her heart. Yes, it's just what you're thinking. The system somehow managed to procure applause sound effects, making the surging waves in Artoria's heart even more violent. No way. Is it really Clarent? The uncontrollable change you mentioned was sending Mordred over. Hey. Answer me, hey. Artoria tried calling the system many times, but it didn't reply anymore, leaving her to brainstorm by herself. Just how did this Mordred arrive? Was it physical travel or soul travel? Did she still have memories when she crossed over, and was she an infant when she arrived or already looking like this? Why won't that fooled brother system reply to me? Didn't your mother teach you that cutting off your words halfway means your future kids will lack and fool? While Artoria was brainstorming, Mordred on the opposite side also noticed them. Mother and Father King. What kind of combination is this? Father King wouldn't have blabbed about my affairs, right? If I go fight Father King at a time like this, won't I be hated by Mother? Ah, you foolish Father King, what are you doing here? Ha 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 ha. Jackpot. We actually ran into the youngest one from the Konoha side right off the bat. Reto's pleasantly surprised voice awakened the three people with complex thoughts. Hey, servant opposite us, it's 2 against 1 now. Surrender quickly, and you can still retain a chance to compete for the Holy Grail, ha ha ha. Poochie. A piercing pain rushed straight to Reto's brain. He looked down and saw a silver-red knight sword piercing through his heart. crimson blood dripped one drop at a time into the yellow sand, while his servant Mordred looked at him expressionlessly. Sorry, master, it's 3 against 1 now. Hey, didn't expect that, lost a master right off the bat. Sorry, master, it's 3 against 1 now. Redo stared blankly at Mordred, the shock in his eyes gradually turning into reluctance and resentment. He was resentful that he, the dignified first Cage and a legendary hero who ended the chaotic clan struggles of the Land of Wind, had ended up dying so confusedly by his own servant's sword. Even more resentful that he had actually become the first master to be eliminated. I, cough, was momentarily muddled, forgetting that you are from Konoha. Mordred lowered her head. She didn't really have any feelings for Redo, but betraying her own master still made her feel quite uncomfortable. Wouldn't this make her infamous reputation as the Knight of Treachery even more set in stone? I told you long ago, I am the only, cutest, and most capable daughter of 3rd Hokage Artoria, but you forgot it yourself, master. Mordred neatly pulled out the sword pierced through Redo's chest. Instantly, a bloody fountain gushed from the wound of Redo, who fell heavily to the ground. Cough. Mordred's words drew shocked gazes from the two Artorias. Isn't she my child? Artoria thought in disbelief. Is she actually my child? Artoria doubted her life philosophy. You smelly brat. Redo looked at his wound and curled his lips in displeasure. I remember you, your name is, Mordred, right. I will definitely, before you grow up, kill you. When I was born, you old man had already kicked the bucket long ago. Mordred calmly wiped the blood-stained sword, while wondering in her heart how to fool mother later. The primary point of this was to pretend not to know Father King and distance herself from that Mordred in the legend of King Arthur. And then, what an unlikable brat, I will definitely kill you. Redo looked at Mordred unwillingly, trying to get in some final witty remarks before leaving. Artoria, who had snapped back to her senses, instantly became displeased. This is my daughter, don't you know that your vulgar words would leave how much of a shadow in a child's heart? Therefore, Artoria immediately summoned Galatine, sneaked stealthily behind Redo, and then pierced straight through Redo's skull with a sword from top to bottom. Redo's consciousness instantly blurred after taking a sword to the brain. Before dying, he stared fixedly at Artoria, a sentence swirling in his mind. Are you fooling insane? I'm already fooling dying, why are you still stabbing me? Seeing that Redo still wanted to say more, Artoria delivered another strike. Feeling a bit uneasy at the end, Artoria followed up with a fire release, small fireball technique, burning Redo into charcoal, and only then felt relieved. This time, Redo truly returned his soul to the hidden sand village on the spot. After finishing all this, Artoria turned her head to look at Mordred. Before she could say anything, she was embraced in a tight bear hug by Mordred. Mother Tilda. Mordred hugged Artoria tightly, her legs wrapped around Artoria's waist, and her small face buried happily in Artoria's meager chest. This is the exact scent. He. Mother's energy replenishment complete. Tilda. Today's victory belongs to little Mordred. Are you really, my daughter? Are you really not that Mordred of mine? Two similar voices simultaneously reached Mordred's ears, which made Mordred somewhat troubled by her own happiness. I am definitely Mother's daughter. What do you mean you're Mordred? I am only Mother's exclusive daughter. Mordred coquettishly rubbed against Artoria's face, and then made a funny face at 3rd Hokage Artoria. She had long wanted to do this action to this King Arthur who didn't understand the human heart. However, this action left 3rd Hokage Artoria completely unfazed, and even made her want to laugh slightly. Artoria blankly pacified Mordred, and then smiled apologetically at 3rd Hokage Artoria. She, perhaps, had figured it out. This Mordred should have crossed over from 3rd Hokage Artoria's world. This could be told from her evasive gaze when looking at 3rd Hokage Artoria. Then, she should be her daughter, this shouldn't be wrong, otherwise Mordred wouldn't just claim family with anyone who looked like King Arthur. So, the question arises, who is her mother? No. Father. Also no, she's a woman here. Anyway, Who would her future partner be, and who gave birth to Mordred? Then, little Mo, can I call you that? Of course you can. Mother can call me whatever she wants. Mordred looked infatuatedly at Artoria, that face which was extremely similar to her own, making this expression was really. Then I'll be direct, little Mo. Who is my future, partner? Artoria looked at Mordred with an expression that was earnest to the point of being serious. This expression, paired with these words, left Mordred somewhat baffled. So you asked me so seriously just to ask about something like this? Complaining aside, Mother's words still had to be listened to. Mother, you won't have a, partner in the future. I was manufactured by Orochimaru using your genes, considered a homunculus. Mordred's words made Artoria let out a sigh of relief, but then she felt a wave of worry. Third Hokage Artoria, who was listening from the side, also tightened her expression. Another artificially created life form. She wondered if her future was also. Mother doesn't need to worry. Although I'm a homunculus, my lifespan and such are no different from ordinary people. Mordred's words did not relax Artoria. She looked seriously at Mordred's face and said. Then why are you so young and yet? Artoria looked nervously at Mordred. She had the system and could sense that this was Mordred's state right before death, as well as her absolute peak state. Well, although I look very young, actually I'm already around 40, practically a middle-aged woman. Mordred waved her hand carelessly in Artoria's arms, not caring at all that dying at 40 was also extremely early. Host, stop asking for now. If you don't make a move to contract Mordred soon, she will return to the throne of heroes. How do I do it, brother system? Artoria asked anxiously. Although she still wanted to keep asking, the timing wasn't right, so she had to ask later. Just directly extract Reto's command seal to contract Mordred. If you find it troublesome, I can extract Reto's command seal onto you and directly assign Mordred to your side. You're so reliable, brother system. Then extract it directly. Alrighty. Third Hokage Artoria looked at Reto's corpse in puzzlement. Her exclamation also drew the attention of the mother and daughter pair. They saw the 3 command seals on the charcoal suddenly light up and then gradually fade, while 3 command seals newly appeared on Artoria's hand. Not very rigorous, but it doesn't matter. This is the Grail system, so the system has the final say, tilde. At the same time, Artoria could feel that a wisp of mental connection had also emerged between her and Mordred. Mother, am I your servant now? Mordred tilted her head in confusion and looked at Artoria. Obviously she also felt the connection between herself and Artoria. Little Mo, remember to call me master just like Lily does. Artoria stroked Mordred's head and teased. Yay, master. Mordred shouted happily. She had long since wanted to quit working under Reto, but she could act as a double agent under Reto to defect to Mother in the future, which was why she endured it. Now that she had come to Mother's side as a servant, there simply couldn't be a better arrangement than this. Thinking of this, she glanced unhappily at Third Hokage Artoria, hurriedly pulling her gaze back before the other party noticed. It's just that she had to be together with Father King, which was what made her very unhappy. You guys say, why hasn't Lord Tobirama picked us up yet? Who knows? Third Hokage Artoria fell silent. Big brother. Stop playing. Tobirama forcibly suppressed his anger, looking at his own elder brother with resentment for failing to live up to expectations. Woo. Tobirama, you can go pick them all up, big brother doesn't mind. Hey. Dada. I'm betting big on this hand. Anija. At this time, Hidden Sand Village. A dark portal appeared in the sky above the center of Hidden Sand Village. What is this thing? Could it be an invention of Konoha Village? Are they going to attack us while Lord Kazekage and Lord Shaman are participating in the Holy Grail War? Do they even need to pick a time if they want to attack us? Could this be Shaman and Reto getting beaten back? Young Chio looked nervously at that door. Having an extremely accurate self-awareness of her own village's strength, Chio guessed as she looked at the door. Just as everyone was guessing, a battered figure fell from midair. Although the speed was very fast, and his body and face were battered beyond recognition, people with good eyesight and strong memory still recognized him. That was their village's Kazekage, Reto. I seem to see that as Lord K's cage. Impossible, right? Didn't Lord K's cage go to participate in the Holy Grail War? I seem to see that it's Lord K's cage too. You don't say, you really don't say, I think I saw it too. Why are Lord K's cage's face and body all bruised purple and blue? Could he have been beaten back? Shish. You dare discuss Lord K's cage, do you have a death wish? Meanwhile, the K's cage being discussed by everyone, Reto, at this moment, was lying face up and in absolute disarray in a dark alley. Thus, the people who chased after the target all saw Lord Reto lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face. Ah, Lord K's cage. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.